Good morning and welcome to the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship, St. George. This is the third event in the IRONMAN Pro Series. And check this, it's the 10th anniversary of this great event. In 2023, yes, it won the Athlete Choice Award for Most Recommended, second for globally, and third in North America. This is the day.
This is the day, Michael, and such a great venue. St. George has hosted 3 Ironman World Championship events, the 2021 and 2022 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships and the 2021 VinFast Ironman World Champs. Back in May of 2022, that one was due to the pandemic, and that marks St. George the first time that an Ironman World Championships ever took place outside of Kailua Kona. And today, for the Pro Series, we have 2,500 points up for grabs for the first Pro Woman and Pro Man to finish.
Let's have a look here at today's weather presented by Roka. That's right. Air temperature 58 degrees Fahrenheit, which equates to 14 Celsius. Broken clouds, that's partly cloudy. It feels about like 55 because it's so dry here. The water temp, a tasty 62.2 Fahrenheit, which, Rennie, again, that's coming in at about 16.7 Celsius. Humidity's real low, 30%.
And no wind, Michael, so looks like some fast racing conditions down there. And we have Sam Long on screen right now, the man probably to beat today. I think everyone's looking to Sam Long to have a great day out there.
I think he's high on life today and ready to have a great race as we watch these behind the scenes, so to speak. But I'm Michael Lovato here in studio, joined by the one, the only Mirinda Carfrey. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm excited to share this challenging, beautiful, an epic day with you.
It's my first time in studio with you, Michael. It's great to be here with you, and yeah, looking forward to bringing you guys all the action from down in St. George. And we have a great race on tap for today, as we saw Sam Long headlining the men's field. We've got, I think, Paula Finlay probably the one to look at for the women's field, and then also Jeannie Metzler, the defending champ.
I'm excited because we haven't seen much of the South African by way of, USA Jeannie Metzler. She was so on fire and been gone. But here, Rennie, is what they are tackling, of course, all the way down in the desert Southwest, Utah, USA. The Roka swim course is one giant lap. Beautiful. It goes out, makes a hard right way out in the far reaches of Sand Hollow Reservoir, and then it zips right back to transition here, which is a tough transition, Rennie. Then we go out on the bike.
Yes, we're out onto the full gas bike course. It'll be one loop. We start point to point, starting in Sand Hollow State Park, of course, and then finishing in St. George Town Centre. This spectacular scenic bike course takes you through rolling hills and the signature climb into Snow Canyon State Park. After the climb, though, through Snow Canyon State Park, fast descent down into the town centre there, and then onto the run.
Yeah, and you know what? Take a look at this, because this is such an epic and exposed bike course with so many challenges. Snow Canyon, of course, the defining feature, but this big downhill, Rennie, as you come back into town, can be brutal.
Screaming downhill, yeah, back into town. Gives the athletes a little bit of a reprieve, but it's also a place where you can make up or lose some time. So definitely a key point of this race.
That's right. And here, right past that Ironman statue, boom, you transition to the Hoka run course. Of course, our signature 2-lap run course, 13.1 miles or 21.1 K. Of course, ample aid station as the temperatures rise here in St. George. But I tell you what, this is when it starts to get real difficult, when you run up that falls flat and then you loop back around into this golf course area. The terrain is unsettled and uneven, then along out and back. Rennie, in this course, we have a lot of opportunity for the athletes to see one another, get a gauge and check sort of where they are relative to their foes and friends, and a great course. So that gets me kind of fired up seeing those course maps.
Absolutely, yeah, a great course. The athletes are in for a treat here today.
That's right, and then we come on back here and we are going to get a nice look and call out these athletes onto the start line. A favorite part here for us today as we get to look at these individuals who are contesting this course and getting up against one another. And Rennie, this Ironman Pro Series, what a great way to just pit people against each other all year long, give them extra incentives as if they really need more. They're so competitive.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a year-long narrative. And
there we go. Sam, I'm sorry, Sam Long. I almost missed him. Bib, he's M13. M1, sorry. That's Sam Long out of USA. Then we got Jackson Laundry representing Canada. He's in the orange swim cap, so that's Jackson Laundry. And then, of course, coming from Germany, Maximilian Sparrow. This is a man in a green cap, soon to be in a green cap. So take a look for M4 today. That's a handsome smile and a stellar mustache, I have to add. And then from the USA, this is Mark Dubrick. Look at that. He's going to be in an orange cap as well. Super fast in the water. I think that was a shark fin he just threw up there, right? And then Justin Reel from the United States. He'll put a silver swim cap on, and he'll be rocking that bib number 7. Another handsome devil. I'm going to say that so many times people are going to question why I'm up at the desk. Unfortunately, no Trevor Foley, so we jump here to this awesome superstar from the USA, Dylan Gillespie, green swim cap. Another wonderful swimmer. Look for him out front in the Roca swim course. And then we're actually going to jump over. That is not there. He is. That is Magnus Mahner representing Germany. He'll pull a silver swim cap on as well. And then out of the way here for Michael Arashita. He represents USA and a nice little hype up face there. Bib number 12, silver swim cap. And then out of Poland, he'll have that purple cap. He already does. Robert Wilkowecki, this guy, I always say that subpar to you, Rennie, but that man, look at him.
The wolf.
He's the wolf, and he gives that that growl. And then rocking out our top 10, Anthony Costes from France. Watch out for this guy. He's also ready. I love this. Get a little taste of personality. And then you also, Rennie, you get to see who's really nervous, who's okay. They look great to me.
Yeah, it's you can definitely. Oh, there's Jeannie Metzler. She's having a little dance at the start there, and we'll start calling out the women in female bib number 1. That is Jeannie Metzler. She is the defending champ. Won here last year. Looking for a great race from Jeannie here today. And from Canada, we have Paula Finlay. She'll be in the green cap. She did not race here last year, but this is her second race in the Pro Series. She raced in Oceanside just about 4 weeks ago. And then we have from the USA, Danielle Lewis. She is in, clearly there, an orange cap. Look to Danielle to have a very strong bike run combo. And that's Ellie Salthouse from Australia. She's in the pink cap. She'll probably be swimming alongside Paula Finlay there and strong in all 3 disciplines. And then we have from the United States, bib 7, Jackie Herring. She is in the green cap, as you can see. And bib number 8, Katie Curran, representing the United Kingdom. And bib number 9, that is Grutz Frades from Spain. She's in the purple cap. She's a very, very fast runner, so we'll look for her later stage of the race. And here we go, Anna Marie Strelo. She looks pumped up, representing the United States, wearing the silver cap. And bib number 11, Brittany Chappelle, representing the USA, wearing a silver cap also. And lastly, bib number 12, Olivia Dietzel, representing the United States, ready to roll there. She looks pumped up. So that's our top 10 women starting today.
And then, Marinda, you've done a great job here queuing up some of these ranked athletes, these top athletes. We have others that we're going to talk about there to get in here and really kind of rock it from various places in the course. But here, this part, I always like to look at them. You get a look at the water. You get a look at this opportunity to warm up. Water's cold. Do you jump in? Is that a wise move to warm up in that cold water?
Yeah, I think at 62 degrees you hop in. I mean, every athlete has their own preference, but for me, I felt like if anything sort of over 55, you know, maybe closer to 55, maybe not, but, you know, high 55s and 60s for sure. You'll stay warm if you get in that water and warm up a little bit. And it's also nice to just get your face in the water a little bit and turn those arms over so you don't have a shock when you first jump in.
That can be a little shock, right, when it hits your face and it kind of, if it is cold like that, pull that breath away. But looking down at the beautiful setting here at Sand Hollow Reservoir in St. George, we've been racing here for 10 years. Amazing.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And that is where they jump into Sand Hollow Reservoir for the one-lap Roca swim course, Rennie. We were talking about getting in the water and how you kind of get used to that cold water. But there's also, for me, something I always remember is the nerves. I think if you're very nervous and you're standing out front, the nerves melt away when you hit the water. But how about this? This, Rennie, is our IRONMAN Pro Series schedule for 2024, where we will be broadcasting these events. And look at that, obviously 2 underway, and this is our 3rd. May 4th, here we are in St. George. But look what's coming. We zip over to Mallorca, and then we go to Chattanooga, USA, back to Germany, back to Europe, I should say, for Hamburg. And then here we zip back to USA for Boulder, and of course, Asia Pacific for Cairns. I mean, all of these events, Rennie, are highlights. A Mont Blanc, another one that you've done quite well at. And then look just all the way down the other side, all the way through the end of the year.
Finishing in Taupo, yeah. I think awesome. They have 19 challenging courses, 19 different locations that these athletes do get to race at. And just looking at the pro standings here, in the lead right now, we have Patrick Lange. He, of course, raced the first 2 races of the series. Matt Hansen moving up into 2nd place. As you can see, he's moved up 11 slots since racing Texas last weekend. And then Chris Leiferman, he's in at 5,848 points, up 6 after racing in Texas. And then Thomas Rodriguez.
Yeah. I mean, what a jump, hey, off that performance. 41 points up, hey, and it's no surprise. He ripped it.
He certainly did. And then Andre Lopez moving into 5th place after IRONMAN Texas as well, moving up 10 spots at 5,245 points. And then Clement Mignon, I think he just raced Texas, so only 4,641 points.
And what's kind of cool, Rennie, is you could note that 6 through 9 on that leaderboard, none of them was in the top 10 until they went to IRONMAN Texas, so that boosted them. It's obviously a notable points grab there. But obviously, as an IRONMAN 70.3 event, first place male and female today, you're going to take home 2,500 points. First place male and female at the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships, again, earned 3,000 points. So those are big grabs. And then remember, only your top 5 results are going to count towards your year-end points, and only a maximum of 3 Ironmans. So they're not going to let you do 8 Ironmans to try and rack them up.
Of course, the Ironman distance is almost double. It did double points, 5,000 points up for grabs if you do an Ironman, and 6,000 for the World Championships events. And moving over to the Women's Pro Series standings, we have Fenella Langridge up 5 slots after Ironman Texas last weekend in 5,593 points. We have Kat Matthews. Her only race was Texas, and she crushed that last weekend. So moving into 2nd place there. And Danielle Lewis, who is actually racing today, so this will be her 3rd race. I think the only athlete that will have raced the first 3 of the Pro Series. Danielle Lewis, 4,969 points. Penny Slater from Australia, actually number 4 to 10, only raced in Texas, so only 1 score on the board, and that's that Ironman Texas score. But Penny Slater in 4th, Lotta Wilms in 5th there.
There you go, and it's also notable to say that all the top 50 pro female and 50 pro men at the IRONMAN Pro Series will each earn a share of the $1.7 million year-end bonus. That's a pool of money that just gets distributed out to the top 50. And then, of course, the IRONMAN Pro Series year-end bonus pool is in addition to that event prize money earned throughout. And if we talk too fast or if these pictures move too quickly for you, go to proseries.ironman.com. You'll check out all those updates on the IRONMAN Pro Series. But look at this. We are really close here. Still
4.5 minutes.
A few minutes. And I'm saying, look at the clock above, folks, and then look at the hungry, caged, tight tigers there at the bottom that are getting ready to plunge into that Oroka swim course. This, to me, is such an impressive sight. First off, it displays, doesn't it, how many men are on there. This hefty, and someone in there we haven't mentioned. Someone in there is going to have that breakthrough and get that top 10 and show us, or the top 5 and show us, hey, I need to be on your pre-race speech.
Yeah, really, the Pro Series is bringing together so many amazing athletes every year. We are going to go down for the national anthem, and Sydney Rue will be singing for us.
And to start with our national anthem, we have with us my daughter, Sydney Rue from Desert Hills High School here in St. George.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Amazing, and that's the way we
Beautiful
started here at Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3.
Yes, beautiful performance there. Sydney Rue, not an easy task, Rennie, to kick us off because everybody wants to kind of judge and critique, but we all get moved, all of us Americans anyway. I can't speak for our international crowd, Rennie. You can weigh in on that. But what a way to kick it off. Hey, she's on camera, she's kicking it off, and she did such a great job. The transition here is another thing I like to look at when we're above. It's large.
Yeah.
It can be a little bit disorienting when you're in there. You come out of this cold water, as all transitions are, but it's a key sort of overlooked part of our race is making that happen. Don't forget your helmet. Don't forget to take your, which has happened. Get get the wetsuit off, get your kit up, all that stuff. Really key stuff will come to you here after this this race gets underway. A minute 24 away from kicking it off. Once again, Mirinda Carfrey, Michael Lovato here in studio. We're watching this beautiful Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship, St. George. We're in Utah, Rennie. This is it.
We are, yeah. And as mentioned earlier, this is one of the best rated courses, so always very well attended. And the athletes are always in for a treat. It's a challenging course. Obviously, a wetsuit swim, but, a lot of climbing on that bike and makes for some challenging cycling. But then the run, too, tough, straight out of transition and uphill. It's just a 1 or 2% kick up, but you're kind of running uphill for a mile or two, and then it's undulating all the way around. But, we don't do triathlons because it's easy. We do it because it's a challenge. So
you said it.
And you can see that there in transition. All of these athletes are racing here for a chance to see what they have, see what they have under the bonnet, and try and get the most out of themselves on race day.
The bonnet, that's the hood, the hair, and yeah, keep it real. But folks, we are about to dive into these crisp 62-degree waters, and it will be off and running for all of these men chasing their share of $75,000 prize purse today. The Oroka swim course is almost underway, 10 seconds away. And we are off and running the Oroka swim course, one lap of Sand Hollow Reservoir. And today, the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George is now underway. Mirinda, that is the washing machine. That is the turbulent start that we are known for in our sport worldwide. People say, how do you do it? And these guys, I tell you what, they do not think of anything else but trying to find some clean water, find the draft, get in there, settle, and make it happen.
Yeah, and that's what about 70 men look like, you know, attacking this race at the start. And it always is a little bit of a washing machine as we get going. You see an athlete on the back there adjusting their goggles. You want to make sure those goggles are on tight when you jump in with that many other athletes, because there is a little bit of, you know, kicking and punching, but in, you know, the sportsman-like way for the most part. But yeah, we already see there on the top of the screen one of the athletes. It looks like one of the orange caps, probably Mark Dubrick, getting out in front. And he is coming off a win last weekend in St. Anthony's, one of the older races in the US, an Olympic distance race last weekend in Florida. But I believe that's
yeah, I think you're right. Mark Dubrick, he typically will come out of the water first. And as you look there, they're all kind of forming that arrowhead, Miranda, and it's very interesting because a lot of times when you get in here, you see 2 points, but right now we've got Dubrick up front, someone that's kind of trailing off a little bit to the right. The first turn, notably, is a right turn, and we did have last year a snafu where they came around to buoy and turned early and had to reorient and come back around that first turn. It cost them some valuable time here in Sand Hollow, but right now it looks like all Mark Dubrick, a nice long stroke, steady. He's got a gap, so not in the immediate bubbles of his draft, his second place, but those guys behind still churning it out really well. The question will be, can Dubrick distance himself enough to where that is an unachievable gap to close?
Yeah, and Dubrick not looking back. He's clearly not wasting any time to get out in the lead there. And as we get closer, we might be able to call out some of the other cap colors. You know, my job's normally down there on the boat where I can actually see the cap colors, but from here, doing our best to pick out who we can. Interestingly, Dubrick last year did race this race, and he let out of the swim, lost a chunk of time on the bike, and then I think he had the fastest run split. So he'll want to, you know, remedy that by having a bit of a quicker bike, and he has Uber bikers like Sam Long coming up from behind, Jackson Laundry as well. So Mark Dubrick trying to get out to a flying start here.
That's right. He came that lucky number 7 at the finish line. Good memory, Rennie. So here we are with the women, about to do the same thing, a smaller group, but an equally competitive group. Some headliners there. Of course, we talked about with Metzler, of course, Finlay, what a battle they had last year. And of course, Danielle Lewis, Salthouse, Jackie Herring, and they're underway here with the Roca swim course, diving into the water and taking after it exactly as the men did. In fact, perhaps a little bit better, I'll say, where you can see they're really putting the pressure on early, and they should.
Absolutely, and you see the pink cap right there. That's, I believe, Ellie Salthouse. But you see as they jump in, straight away, athletes getting tangled in amongst one another, and it's inevitable when, you know, you're starting a race amongst that many competitive people, but you just really don't want to be getting tangled up, because obviously that's just slowing yourself down, it's slowing the athlete next to you down. So obviously that sorts out in the first 50 to 100 meters, but yeah, those first, you know, opening few strokes are always, everyone's nervous, anxious, wanting to get, you know, off to a clean start, but it almost never is a clean start in triathlon.
What you really want to avoid, though, are kind of these unfortunate incidents where you take a heel to a goggle, or you accidentally dive inappropriately, the goggles just peel off. It typically, you don't lose the goggles, but if you get water in, it could just be such a nuisance. And when you're trying to be at this top level, you don't want any of those little distractions and problems that you have to focus on. But here it is, Rennie, back to the front. It looks like they did close that small gap. Mark Dubrick just in front with immediately an athlete on his feet. We talked about some of these fellows like Dylan Gillespie, green cap, who's got a great swim. Really, it's going to take time to get down there, get close, get our spotters on the water to share the names of those athletes. As you could say, some of the men have a silver cap, and so they're just going to blend right in.
Yeah, and we have the men here in the Roca swim course down in Sand Hollow Reservoir. They are swimming 1.2 miles. That's a 1.9 kilometers, and it'll be 1 lap. And just looking down there, I see the green cap of Dylan Gillespie, as you were mentioning earlier. And actually, some of our partners are going to break. We just stay with us for a moment. And as I was saying, Michael, I think the cap colors that I can pick out, most of them are silver at this point, but we have Dylan Gillespie, Mark Dubrick in the lead, and
You're spot on. You're spot on. Orange here up front with Dubrick, silver, 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 and then green for Gillespie. And then as you kind of want to say, who else is in there? Who can I find? Well, we've also got Sam. Remember, Sam Long is in a pink cap. He doesn't typically sit at the front of the swim, but of course he's greatly improved and would expect to be at the back of that front pack or certainly nearby still at this early stage. Go ahead.
And I think we do see possibly a pink cap on the outside of that pack, unless it's orange, but we have Eric Lagerstrom in there too, so we expect him to be up towards the front.
Great point. Another superstar of a swimmer, and further down the ranks as far as the number goes, the bib number on page 2, if you will, but a great all-arounder who has done very well at this distance. Obviously, the partner of Paula Findlay. These two travel the country and share a lot of those exploits on the social channels. Very fun and dynamic couple. Also extremely quick, each of them. So good eye there.
Yeah, and we actually, maybe with the women, I'm not exactly sure who we're following along with right now, but nonetheless, the athletes are stringing out as we look at this pack here. Looks like
yeah, very different stroke rate up there up front. I believe you're right. We've swapped over to the women, and you can see here on the side, notables, Jeannie Metzler, a great swimmer, Paula Findlay as well, Danielle Lewis. But remember this, we didn't see much of Jeannie through the end of 2023. She is a 10-time Ironman 70.3 champion, and she also is the defending champion here. So coming in with notable background or notable recent, results, but not recent ones. So the question mark there today for us is the South African Jeannie Metzler.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeannie, we'd love to see her getting back into some consistent racing. Obviously, she won here last year, but really awesome to see. I think that's Ellie Salthouse actually leading right now in the women's race. And then I believe we have Paula Findlay in the green cap. She's just sort of slightly to the right.
Kate Curran right in her feet in the yellow. You've got it. And then the green, definitely Jackie.
And that's Jeannie on the back there as well.
That's Jeannie in orange. So what really some front runners up front, or some of our favorites, I should say, as front runners right now. Not always the case, but very cool to see Ellie Salthouse. Again, talk about the Australian with 16 Ironman 70.3 wins to her credit. When she's on form, talk about she'll win the next 4 races. You know what I mean? And
she kind of goes on runs, right?
Exactly. And then you see her maybe have either bad luck or just sort of mistimed or traveling. You sort of insert your answer here, but she's just so fun to cheer for. Very, very competitive, very good across the board. Certainly an uber swimmer, if you could say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellie is a super great swimmer. You don't usually see her leading. She's normally in the front group, but not necessarily leading. And interestingly enough, Katie Curran, I was expecting her to get out to a flying start. She swam with Taylor Knibb a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago in Oceanside. So she is a very good swimmer, and that just shows that Ellie's on a mission today. And she's had some, less than, Ellie-esque performances in the last couple of years. And I think she's just, ready and raring to get back on top of that podium where she, feels most comfortable.
Yes, and as we pop back over here, I'm feeling like we're back on the men.
Yeah.
Silver, and then our orange of Mark Diebrich, and then another silver with Gillespie and green. So a shuffling, all that talk about can he distance himself? Well, we've now positioned Diebrich in third with 2 swimmers out front. Obviously, this is something that we'll get a closer look, but noting that, Rennie, all the silver caps are the non-seeded or sort of non-identified swimmers, but clearly, wow, powering through those relatively flat waters.
Yeah, I mean, really nice conditions out. You see a little bit of ripple on the water, but the athletes, won't worry too much. We've had years where, there's almost white caps on this reservoir. So really nice conditions out there. And we get a great aerial shot here of that front group of 3, it looks like. We're getting a little bit of a break in the group now. I believe that's still the men, so that's silver.
And then Diebrich.
And then Diebrich. And then we have Dylan Gillespie. Looks like a second pack is forming. Now there's sort of 3 or 4 body lengths between those top 3 and this second pack. And, these little breaks only get bigger. They don't generally come back. I'll say that, and then someone will surge and happen. But generally, when there is a gap like this, as long as the front group stays on course, and as we said last year, I believe, or
last year,
they they turned that buoy and took too much of a right-hand turn and then had to self-correct. And this is obviously just a right-hand turn directly to the next swim buoy, and then they'll make another right-hand turn and swim straight back into T1.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic swim and really just gives the opportunity to these athletes to work hard. Sometimes the early turns, I mean, you're nearly half a mile out. You're nearly half the course out before you make that right turn around those turn buoys. And the beauty there is you can really settle in. When it comes quick, it just churns it up. There's a great opportunity for maybe a swimmer that's hanging on to get dispatched. And so with this long course, this longer stretch, I should say, it really helps. But back in the mix, getting a nice quick look, a nice close look at that quick turnover. The lead swimmer here in silver, really, really good turnover, nice long stroke. And you can see, Rennie, how hard they're going. Both of those front two guys, you're getting a nice, almost like a 6-beat kick. Those feet coming right out of the water and just pushing
super
the
aggressive.
pace.
Yeah, it looks that front swimmer is just super aggressive and just getting after it. I love to see that. And then it looks like, yeah, there's a small gap until those next 2 or 3 athletes, and then we will try to pan back at some point and see how far back, you know, the main group and obviously everyone's looking to Sam Long. Obviously, he's defending champ and already coming off a couple of really great races. He won Pecan earlier this year, second in Oceanside, and now here in St. George. This is his 5th race this year, so not losing any time getting this season underway is Sam Long.
Yes, and we're most likely calling out, according to our spotter team, up front, we've got South African Nicholas Kinnett, as well as Germany's Magnus Mana. That is who we are calling out. Our spotters are calling out for those 2 front runners on the men as we come back to now the women. And as you said early, we're looking at Ellie Salthouse, Jeannie Metzler, of course, Kate Curran as well in that group, and the green cap of Jackie Herring from USA. So that's our top 4 women, but just wanted to give a nod and a thanks to our spotter crew who is calling out the South African and the German men up front there.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're back with the women here. Obviously, Ellie Salter still in front. You see her really high turnover. She, has much higher turnover than Katie Curran, for example, in second, and then that's Paula Finlay as well. Paula Finlay is still a little quicker than Katie Curran, and in the orange is Jeannie Messler, just trying to get back on those feet. You see her just slightly off the back there.
That's right, and I will say...
Precisely.
Whoa. Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes,
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for.
In the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by TriDot, better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
And we're still here on that Oroka swim course, one lap, and you can see these fellas just coming around that second of two giant turn buoys. Remember, the big red tetrahedrons, those are the right turns in this case, and then we have sight buoys every 100 meters in orange, and those bring you in. They keep you online. But the two turn buoys, very key, safely navigating and correctly navigating them this year. These men, a front-running group now of 4 athletes. Okay, so we did see 4 and then a little gap to the next 2. So we had a pack of 6, I believe it was maybe 7 here coming around, and they've got the run in here to T1. The question mark always in a race like this is, where's Sam Long? Where's Jackson Laundrie? These two typically really put the pedal to the metal on that bike and run, and so waiting to see where they come out of the water, how far back, what's the work to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be keenly watching that clock as the lead men hop out of the water just to see what the deficit is. Sam Long, historically, a little further down in the swim and just stomps that bike. His bike strength is just unparalleled at the moment, and backs it up with a really fast run. Last year he ran around a 1:12.40, so very fast run on a course like this. But yeah, the athletes in front too will be thinking, where's Sam? Where's Jackson? How much time do we have? You know, we can't waste any time in transition. So being efficient in transition, always super important, and then just getting out and, you know, trying to stay ahead for as long as possible.
And you know what, Randy, this is what I kind of love. All 4 of our seeded women, I say 4 of our color cap women right here together. Ellie Salthouse, of course, Kate Curran, and I love having that just side by side. We've got Jeannie Metzler, and of course, I think we've got Jeannie still, and Paula Finlay. So, yeah, looking really good here at the outset.
Yeah, this is a very strong pack up the front here. So, yeah, awesome to see all of our favorites just getting after it in the front. But we'll be interested to see where athletes like Jackie Herring are in the back. Danielle Lewis, a very strong cyclist and runner, but she is coming off Ironman Texas just last weekend. So we'll see how much she has left in the legs. Looks like we're passing one of the pro males here. That just sort of shows these women are not messing around.
That's the caliber of swimmer and athlete overall that these women are, overtaking one of our top men, or not our top men, one of our pro men. So great shot there that shows how spread out these athletes are as they come home. This is a shot of the men coming in. So that's our lead group there of 6, and then big gap to our next sort of chase pack, and then strung out, Randy, all the way back. I mean, well back to the turns, because that's where the women aren't even quite yet. So really a spread out field. We kind of expect that with 70 men. But as we come back to what you had said, how far back will Sam Long be? For him as well, if you come in here and you're not, in his case, not racing one of the main rivals, i.e. Lionel Sanders, if you don't have your kind of key rival on the start line, you still want to measure against yourself. You still want to say, where is my swim? Where is my game overall as I tackle this season?
And it looks like notables at the start, quite a few of the men went wide left, which put them about 20 seconds from the athletes in the front who did a tight right at the first buoy. So some navigation issues, and sometimes here in Sand Hollow Park, if it is a clear day, that sun comes up and it's in your eyes if you haven't got the correct goggles, or maybe your goggles are fogging up, or you're just following the athlete in front blindly. That can, you know, cause some trouble. And it looks like some athletes have lost a few seconds there, a few crucial seconds, I should say, in a 70.3. And, you know, sounds funny saying that. We're, you know, 3:30, 4-hour racing, but every second does matter, especially when you talk about the Pro Series. And as we know, 2,500 points up for grabs today. And as soon as that leader crosses the finish line, for every second that passes, 1 point will be deducted off that 2,500 points. So every second does matter. That's right. Very good. And I'm saying that really that group of 4 just broke apart again. So now we've got South African, the German, the American breaking away from that 4th swimmer as they close in. So it just goes to show also, not only does every second count, but if you lose focus for a millisecond, you're gone. It was probably one of those things where he just kind of lost a little bit. These guys are accelerating into the finish of this Roka swim course. We're so excited to see this. And I do want to call note that Eric Lagerstrom actually came sick, didn't start today.
race. So thank you to our tech crew for letting us know that. Eric Lagerstrom not actually in the race. We are so excited. Much more racing coming at you. Stay with us.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
We are seconds away here, Rennie, of the conclusion. We are looking at the women right now, so I'm not going to say we're seconds away, but we're seconds away from the men finishing the opening leg here, the Roca swim course of this great race. But meanwhile, we're looking at the women who still have that wonderful lead. These four women have just gotten away. Metzler, Finlay, Salthouse, and Curran just rolling away from the other women as we come on back to the men who are closing out this swim leg today. And it is almost time for T1.
Almost time for T1, and last year Mark Dubrick swam around a 23:45, so we'll see. He's at 22 now, so we'll see sort of, you know, in comparison to last year, it's always sort of nice. Doesn't necessarily mean anything too much, but it's always nice to sort of compare year to year what those swim times look like. But Mark Dubrick just on the back of these two athletes as they make their way into the swim ramp here, and we will stop the clock and also start the clock to where, you know, the defending champ, Sam Long and Jackson Laundrie, second place here last year.
That's right. And here we've got to look to the South African, Nicholas Kennett, who just took third at St. Anthony's, which you referenced earlier. But once they come across that line, we'll see the backlit Wahoo first out of the water is going to be really announced to us here just a second as I'm refreshing to get that number on both of my sites, and anxiously waiting as you all. But what an overhead shot here as we continue here to seek out who that is on the first out of the Roca swim. But look at this long transition as we've got it. Nicholas Kennett, South African, the swimmer in 22:46. He's our Wahoo first out of the water, thanks to Wahoo element. 22:46, Rennie, that's pretty quick.
Fast, yeah, almost 45 seconds faster than what Dubrick swam last year. So the swim was hot. A couple of fast swimmers turning up and turning up the heat here today. And we have Dubrick 12 seconds down, so he must have just gotten detached at that last, 200-ish meters, and then 12 seconds back, and then we have 30 seconds back to Smith from Canada. 3 Canadians, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
There you go. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And then now the clock is on, as you said. How far back is the American Sam Long? How far back is the Canadian Jackson Laundrie? How far back are others of our typically bike run strength athletes? But a great shot here of Sand Hollow in this transition. This is when it's key to be very quick but also efficient. Do not forget helmet and buckle it. Glasses, wetsuit off. Everybody has a style here as we watch Dubrick put the helmet on while he's still peeling off the wetsuit, still over his ankles. You can do a step through to get that off. The final pull over the ankles, over the heels, and then key component there, Rennie, is popping that wetsuit into the bin so you're compliant, and then running out under the arch to start, of course, the full gas bike course. It's one giant loop, 56 miles or 90K, but it's not a traditional loop. It's a very challenging loop with every type of terrain thrown at you.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll sort of come out here, a little bit of a technical sections. They get out of the reservoir, and then they'll kind of come and make a U-turn, and then there's sort of a bit of a grinding hill in these opening miles. But again, it seems like, you know, they're either slightly descending or grinding up another hill. But again, a really challenging and beautiful course here in St. George. And as we get the bulk or the main group of our men coming out now, and as we said, we're keenly watching for those Uber bikers to hop out. But again, a field of 70 men, so it'll be pretty frantic in transition at this moment now. But we are back with, I believe, the top 2 males on course at the moment. Nicholas Quinnett and Mark Dubrick, second out of transition, so only 13 seconds behind. Manor took a little time in transition. He's now 21 seconds back. He maybe got his foot stuck in his wetsuit. Who knows, right?
Well, how funny, though. We were just talking about that. So he had 12 seconds on
Jackson
Dubrick,
Laundry,
right?
Ron,
And
yeah.
then, yeah, good call, good eye. So let's talk about this. Here we're back on these early stages of the full gas bike course, out of the saddle. And, of course, this is Magnus Manor from Germany, and he's up out of the saddle, cranking it. This is a part where you have to reference in this race right now in T1 and into the early stages of the bike, it is always the highest your heart rate will be all day. Who's that?
That's Sam Long, the
women's. Yeah, that's right. We've jumped back to the women's chase group here. These women are chasing those leaders. And sorry to cut you off. You saw Sam Long. We're going to pull up these splits.
And that's Jackie Herring, it looks like, leading that chase pack. So Jackie Herring not quite making that front pack. She, historically has made the front pack just a little back, trying to swim back up into form. And I believe she's got a couple of full distance Ironmans on her schedule for this year as well. But excited to see her back racing the full. She's sort of been focusing on 70.3 and half distance racing, but leading that second pack, Jackie Herring.
Yes, good eye, because ultimately, too, the double green caps, right? Green cap up front would be Paula Finley, and green cap in the back would be Jackie Herring. But here on land, watching Jackson Laundry from Canada transition very quickly, wearing bib number 3 and pulling out that ultra-fast Ventum bike to get over 90 kilometers here of harsh terrain. What makes it harsh, though, I think, because it's a very quick course for these pro athletes, Rennie, the thing that makes it tough is the wind and the heat. So if it's one of these days where we're climbing to 30 degrees Celsius, 87 Fahrenheit, what really gets them is that dry, hot, dry air. You start to get a little bit depleted on the bike. You start to lose a little bit of those electrolytes. That sets you up for a rough run. And the wind. Let's talk about the wind. If the wind kicks up, it really kind of challenges these athletes up and downhill.
Yeah, and when it's dry heat like that, you don't necessarily feel like you're too hot. So that sort of doesn't trigger you to, drink as much as maybe you should. And if it's windy and dry heat, you kind of feel like, I'm not that hot, I'm fine. And that can bite you in the butt later on in the race. So just making sure you're doing all your nutrition, taking on all your nutrition, making sure you're taking on all your electrolytes as well throughout this bike course, because, 4+ hour race, so for the men, 3:30-ish hour race, it requires calories and salts and so forth. So making sure you're on top of that, definitely very important.
That's a really good point. I think it's overlooked because it can often feel cool and pleasant or perfect with dry weather. So excellent point. As we come back here and watch our lead women come out of the water of this Roca swim course. Remember who we are looking for. F1, 2, 3, 4. We've got Jeannie Metzler, Paula Finlay, but take a look, Brittany, what have you got?
It looks like we have Katie Curran and Ellie Salthouse. Katie taking a pull and sort of dropping those other 2 women, which then it would be Paula Finlay and Jeannie Metzler. We had a group of 4. It's not much of a gap, but Katie Curran taking that pull at the end, and Ellie Salthouse, I believe that's Ellie,
yes,
hopping onto her feet.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, she's got those.
No, that's
Jeannie.
Jeannie.
Yeah,
Jeannie popped around. It was is that pink or is that orange? But Jeannie Metzler, that's awesome to see Jeannie Metzler swimming so well and being able to, accelerate as Katie Curran came around.
Yeah, that's spot on as you look to these overhead shots of our transition 1 and looking at the Wahoo first out of the water. We're going to pull that up for you here momentarily, but as you called, that was the figure of Kate Curran, who we know came out in seconds in front of the South African Jeannie Metzler. So Curran, Metzler, Salthouse, and Finlay, our unofficial call on who's out of the water into transition. Kate Curran, Jeannie Metzler, Ellie Salthouse, Paula Finlay. We will get to see how they do and if they keep that order, because what we're starting to see there it is, the Wahoo Element rival telling us 25:46 for Kate Curry out of the UK. Brilliant swim.
Yeah, brilliant swim. And as I said, back in Oceanside, she went with Taylor Nibb, so very good swimmer. And we expected to see her coming out first. We're on camera with Kate Curran now, going into T1, and she's going to show us how it's done. Smooth transition. She takes her cap and goggles off as she's running to save a little time. Throw it in the box. Make sure to get that in the box. Straight into taking her wetsuit off. We'll throw that in the box too.
Down in the mix, there's Jeannie Metzler getting that wetsuit off, has not begun the helmet, really just trying to get that wetsuit done first. Into the bin, grabbing the helmet. Ellie Salthouse always rocking a very colorful, beautifully made kit. She's grabbing her bike. First, she jumped over Katie Curran, and then that right there is the Canadian Paula Finlay. I'd say they're all still lockstep. 1, 2, 3, 4, Rennie, and this is what we came here to watch, is 4 favorites together out of T1.
Yeah, 4 of our favorites together on the bike. Sort of, as we said, we love to see this head-to-head racing, and this is where things will really start to shake up. They'll be marking each other. They'll be trying to stay, some athletes will be trying to push away and get a bit of a lead, but these 4 are so competitive. I think we'll see them probably ride the majority of the course together, but time will tell.
And so we had, of course, noticed that we were saying, hey, great job for Kate Curran to come out in that section of 25:46. Guess what? That is almost 2 minutes slower than Haley Chura's course record 2021. Now, course records don't really mean anything but bragging rights.
Yes.
So you don't get bonus points. You don't win for that, but just something we love to note. And look at that shot. That gives you a little taste of that beautiful blue water sand hollow and the beginnings of that harsh and gorgeous red rock, the typical red rock and red sand that we see here in St. George. What a shot.
Yeah, beautiful images down there of Sand Hollow and just coming out of the reservoir here, the roads out of the reservoir. Some, little, not really technical, but a few turns for the athletes to make. I remember at the World Champs, Ellie Salthouse had a mechanical right here. Back a couple of years ago, and she was just devastated because she was in such good form. But we are back with, that was Katie Curran on camera, and now we're back with Jackie Herring. I believe this is the lead of the second pack.
So, of course, our Morton transition times, we're ranking them, and of course, there's nothing other than bragging rights here, but Sam Long, he came out fastest, 1:31. Nick Kinnett from South Africa in 1:35. There you go with his flag. And Dylan Gillespie, 1:35. Kind of a tie, but we'll put him in third. So thanks to Morton for sharing those transition times. And on the women, 3 fastest. Who are you seeing up there?
Yeah, it looks like Ellie Salthouse making quick work, and Paula Finlay at 1:47 and 1:53, and then Jeannie Metzler 1:56. And that, just shows those 2 women knew that they had urgency through transition. They had a little bit of a gap, and they needed to close that gap so that they were going out onto the bike together. So thanks to Morton for those top 3 fastest transition times on the women's side.
Yes, right on. And as we come in here and we look at Kate Curran, wow, she's crushing it. And I'll say this, some of our partners are going to a quick break, so please stay with us. This is Kate Curran out of the UK, bib number 8. She looks great on the bike, nice high turnover. The position, to me, it's not the most ultra low drop, perfectly flat arrow, but to me, it looks very smooth. A great compromise of super powerful and super
now we
arrow.
have the figure of Paula Finlay, a very, very strong cyclist, won the Canadian National Championships, I believe 2 years in a row. So went to the World Champs for the TT last year. And yeah, she looks a little bit more aggressive with her position. But again, each athlete has to figure out, okay, like, I want to be as aggressive as possible, but I can't give it any power. So I want to make sure, in that position, can I still push out, as many watts? And so it's sort of like a give-take, and you train for this position too. Like, you can't just get on a bike and say, I'm going to get in the most aero position and it's going to be fast. It takes many years and lots of wind trainers sitting in that, aero position, being still, being uncomfortable, letting your shoulders sort of get used to it, and yeah, basically you're training your skeletal system to be able to hold yourself in that position and then push big watts, and that's exactly what Paula Findlay is doing right now.
100% well said. 34 years old, the Canadian Paula Findlay, so good. She did go to the Olympic Games in London in actually 2012, so she was representing Canada in that short course at the Olympics. Not many people can say that, so I'll say it again. She's an Olympian. And then second, the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in 2022, and most recently, she did win in Ironman 70.3 Los Cabos last year in November. But what you said, I just really want to highlight it. She on the bike, it doesn't really matter how you look so much, but she always looks so strong, so smooth, right? Efficient, which is huge for 70.3 racing.
Absolutely, yeah. Paula Findlay looks so smooth there, riding along on course. But and as you saw when she was passing, you saw a red flashing light. And we do have Race Ranger at all the Pro Series races this year. That Race Ranger is really just for the athletes to police themselves, so they know. Like right now, she does not have any color light. So the red flashing light means the athlete behind is within 12 meters, and of course 12 meters is our draft zone. She's coming up on a pro male here, so she is, we believe, in the lead, and the athlete behind has dropped outside of 17 meters. So there's, you know, a solid blue light means the athlete is between 12 and 14 meters, and an orange light is between 14 and 17 meters, and no light means the athlete is beyond 17 meters. So she made that pass, and she's like, "See you later, ladies. I'm gonna make up as much time or make you work for it to stay with me."
That's right. Well said. Here is Maximilian Sparrow from Germany, and he is sitting and probably able to look up and see just what you said if there's a flashing light. So here's where we'll call attention to everyone. When you see this camera shot, it is impossible for us to actually know exactly how spaced apart those three men are. They can tell, and if we get sort of parallel, or sorry, adjacent to them and looking from the side, you'll see it too. But it's a really cool thing. Go ahead.
It looks like that might be an orange light, or it's not flashing. So I believe that means he's 17 meters behind. See the blue light? So that's how deceiving this angle is. That was an orange light, so he was 17 meters back. And it looked like he's sitting right on his wheel, right? Like everyone's looking at this saying, "Oh, he's drafting." No, he's back at 17 meters behind, and now you see an athlete. He was in the blue light section, so now he's gone into the red. He has 25 seconds to make that pass, and he will make that pass, and then the athlete, as soon as he is passed, has 25 seconds to drop back. So he has 25 seconds. You see the flashing red. That means he's within 12, and you see that athlete slowly, soft pedaling, moving back out of that draft zone, and now he's 17 meters back, basically, plus. So making sure to get out of that draft zone quickly. It's awesome for the athletes to have this tool to be able to, know, okay, am I legal? And then takes a lot of the guesswork out, and then it's great for the officials to see too, but they're not necessarily going to make those calls off those lights. They're still making their own judgment calls. But yeah, great for the athletes to be able to see that, race honest, and know that they are in the right spacing.
Well, what a super cool tool, and it is admirable that Ironman's taken that on. It's admirable that the athletes have embraced and are using it. It's a tool, and it helps. So one thing I'll call to that dynamic that you just saw happen. So when we saw that, and this is where it's, I always say, very difficult in these opening 30 to 40 minutes, or 20 to 30 minutes, is that everybody's amped up and everybody's fresh. Really, almost everybody is equal in these professional fields for the opening 20 to 30 minutes. So you just saw when you accidentally or on purpose get into that zone, you have to commit and make the pass. You cannot enter a draft zone out the back. You can only exit out the front. And I say this because you saw who's now in front came around, and then the second place person had to then drop back, which caused the third place guy to make his jump. And it's something that you have to continue to be attentive to all race long, but it's really important in the early stages, I think. And we're back to the women.
Yeah, it looks like Paula Findlay, that might be Ellie Salthouse actually in front of her. Looks like Ellie Salthouse, super bright zoot kit there. But Paula Findlay and Ellie Salthouse, very familiar with one another, good friends, and have had many partnerships where they've biked away together. So we are on the bike course, the Full Gas bike course here in St. George. We're going to run away to a break. Don't go away.
you know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And in these early miles, Rennie, we talked about the out and back, one of the few out and back sections that the athletes cover where they do get to have a look across the road and see who's chasing them, see who's in front. In this case, no one is in front of the Aussie Ellie Salthouse with the Canadian Paula Findlay just behind. These two, as you said, great partnerships to ride away together. Share with some of the viewers that don't really may know what that means. It's an individual sport. How do you keep kind of team up? What's that look like, practically speaking?
Well, I think first and foremost, these athletes are so well evenly matched that, and as you mentioned earlier, in the early stage of the bike, everybody feels amped up, everybody's strong. You know, you can kind of fake 30 minutes of power, and then generally we start to see athletes drop off if they don't have the fitness or the ability to ride at that level. But you see that blue light of Ellie Salthouse. That means Paula Findlay's sitting around 14 to 12 to 14 meters behind. So Paula Findlay using that light to make sure she's right in the correct spot. But those two athletes have had many a partnership in races where they've ridden together, and I suspect we'll see them come in off the bike together at the end of the day.
Well said. Here we are back in the men's race, and this is out of Germany, Magnus Mahner. He is an athlete that is sitting in a good spot, going up one of these fairly challenging climbs. We've seen him finish in the top 10, for example, in Austria, Ironman 70.3 Zell am See, Austria, a former world championship course, but we haven't seen a lot of him. He's a younger athlete that's coming in here, kind of newer to our radar, if you will. And speaking of which, from Germany, Maximilian Sperl, another athlete that we're looking at here at the front, looking pretty good.
Yeah, just trying to pan down and see where Sam Long is. We'll try and get a split on Sam, because I think we're wondering, and I know these men too are wondering the same thing. But these are our lead men on course right now. Another athlete just making the pass there, and they're up a pretty grinder. When you see athletes sit up like this, you know that this is a pretty solid climb, and the first of many.
That's it. Oh man, and as you saw, Maximilian Sperl, we can't discount the fact that in one of our hotly contested early season races, Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, California, a month ago, Sperl came 5th, and that's a solid result. And there he is on camera, looking at the man from USA. Tucson, Arizona is home. Boulder's where he grew up, but this man, Sam Long, he's well known in the sphere now here, where people have him well on the radar. Very fun athlete to watch, very dynamic, very powerful, and the one thing you can always count on is you're going to get the best. He's going to give us his best on race day. But have a look, Rennie. In 2021, he was Ironman 70.3 World Championship runner-up. He won Ironman 70.3 Boulder last year. He won Gulf Coast. He won St. George, all of those last year, and he's racing really a strong calendar of events this year.
Yeah, already raced down in Pecan, won down there. Also raced Oceanside, was second to Lionel Sanders in a pretty tight battle between those two men. But at last time split, he was around 2:37 down, so making inroads already. But see, this is a pretty solid climb. Pretty much most of the male field are on this climb. I suspect the leaders have already crested that hill and are on the other side. And coming up alongside Jackson Laundry here, Jackson and Sam usually swim together and usually bike around the same pace. But yeah, both riding very strong up this section of the course right now.
That's right, and Jackson Laundry, former Oceanside winner himself a couple years ago. He's got 5 Ironman 70.3 titles to his credit. The Canadian, really, in my view, in my recollection, is he kind of came on the scene just lighting up some exceptional bike splits. And as soon as he maintained those bike splits but bumped the run up to sort of par, it was lights out for a lot of competitors. And yeah, there we go. Out of Chile, we've got to give a little nod to Martín Baeza Muñoz, representing Chile.
I'm glad you said that, Michael, because I'm like, Michael's going to know how to say this better than myself. I didn't catch this athlete's number, but we'd love to be able to give a call out to all the athletes as we go by. Obviously, some athletes we are very familiar with, seen and race a lot, but always new athletes popping up for us to learn more about and possible future stars of the sport. So
for sure,
always
for sure.
Exciting to see new faces out on course, and we try to call out as many as we can.
That's right, we do, because you love it. You love your. I mean, if you're coming up or if you're established, sometimes you only get 14 seconds on camera, sometimes none. So to get the name, we do our best to grab those. But as you can tell, our cameramen are giving us an incredible viewpoint. What a vantage of the scenery, the upcoming challenge ahead on the bike, but also giving us a look-see at these athletes. And it also shows, man, that's not even close. That's 25 meters, 30 meters. So
yeah, really, really big spaces between these men. You don't usually see that, and I think probably because they went up over the hill and some athletes wanted to push a little harder than others. That's athlete number 69, I believe, Matthew Schaefer from the USA. They're on screen having a little chat to the cameraman.
Did you think it was Greg Bennett for a second? He had kind of a Greg Bennett look.
He kind of did.
But except Greg would be at the front, head down and powering. So great stuff. I enjoy, we're back to the front with Spurl and, of course, Magnus Manner, these two athletes off the front here and doing great work, as well as Kenneth from South Africa. But please stay with us because much more of this race, including this full gas bike course, is coming at you in just a few seconds.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
And we are with Paula Finlay, who we saw up out of the saddle, kind of ticking over the pedals, a little look to the camera, a little look back. But overall, she's now back into what we typically see, a very smooth seated pedal stroke, still out of the bars, so telling us she's going up that tough climb.
Yeah, and Paula Finlay did spend a bit of time in the wind tunnel this winter, so she will have. I know she tested a bunch of different helmets. This must be the one that was the fastest for her. We were chatting just a moment ago on the break, we've seen helmets go with like a big tail, a short tail, and honestly, it depends on how the athlete holds their head. Some athletes look down a lot, and if you have a big tail, that's just going to be a big wind or a sail that's going to slow you down. So depending on how you hold your body when you're racing, and really important to jump into that wind tunnel and get as many results as possible. This is athlete number...
That's so... You go ahead. That's so thoughtful too. That now it used to be just kind of here's the helmet, and then this is the aero helmet, and then you just kind of watch the evolution of what you said. Are you up and down? Are you stable? Do you have a very low position, a high position? It's really how that helmet interacts with your environment, your back, your position, and what you said, just your movement. Some folks, you barely see them move. They just tuck in. That helmet just sits on the back, long tail. So cool stuff that everyone's paying so close attention to it now.
Yeah, so much more of the science is being brought in. Like, back in the day, Mike, when you used to race, when I used to race, obviously it was coming into the sport then, but even back when Welshie used to race, like, no idea. And they're just like out there trying to get the work done. But now every second matters, as we know, but, just trying to get that bike fit as fast as possible. But again, position is important, but you've got to be able to put the power out. And as we go to a super aggressive position here, you see him trying to, his chin is resting basically on that water bottle and his head ducked as low as possible. His hands at that, it used to be a 90-degree angle that we'd see athletes race at. He's pulling his hands up to limit that space between his face and hands, and that's a big area that the air sort of gets caught and can slow you down. So you see taking a little sip of his water bottle there, not even really having to move at all to hydrate. So yeah, that position looks super aggressive to me. Anthony Costas, we know Anthony has always had that, high hand position. He used to have those handlebars that would sort of
they still
bring him down. Is that those? Yeah.
Yeah. He was the first guy we saw, because you can look down and there's no base bar.
Oh,
so
yeah,
ultimately, if he wanted to break or turn, you would be like, well, he's in trouble. But this contraption, we saw him, Le Tigre, I think they call him the Tiger, right? He's the one that we first saw. We said, well, something's falling off his bike. Really cool though, and he does get aggressive. Costas, a great athlete that's done exceptionally well, Ironman and the half, and he's won 3 70.3s, Rennie. So representing France, and you're spot on. Look at his helmet. He doesn't move. He's not up and down. His water's there, or his Gatorade is there in front. So he's just in and out. He is in that position just all day long.
All day long. And you just see that long... Look, Sam Long is just licking his chops here, because he just has a nice long line of men to pass. Yes. And that is good and bad, and it's hard to see from that angle if there's gaps. But if those men are all evenly spaced, then he has to go push, I don't know, 1,000,000 watts to get around them all and hold that for sort of a 10-minute all-out power. So you've got to be strategic when you're making those passes on big packs, because you can't slot in. And when I say slot in, if two athletes are at that 12 meters and a bunch of athletes are all evenly spaced at 12 meters, you cannot come in between any of those athletes. So you have to just keep rolling along all the way to the front and then move in.
Yes, well said. Now we're looking at Soren Jensen. Sorry, go ahead.
That's one of the women racing. So that's Paula Finlay.
Oh, well, that
so
we were, yes,
Paula
for
Finlay.
Sure. Yeah. They were on, for a second there, bib number 63.
Oh, maybe. You're probably right, yep. So Paula Finlay passing one of the pro men in that case.
That's right, yeah.
Right.
And so, and then repassing, so or another athlete. But yeah, good. And that what we were seeing again, and we still see it, is Paula Finlay, and all she's seeing in front of her, aside from beautiful mountains, is the competition for men's race. So that's typical for Paula. She's so strong on the bike. Back here, now this is interesting. You see a woman not riding deep aero wheels, no disc, out of the saddle. A good choice if it's going to be a super windy day and you want the lightest weight, but also every athlete has a different preference when it comes to this course.
Yeah, this one is always like, do I ride the disc? Do I not ride the disc? The discs are so light these days that a lot of the athletes tend to, opt for the disc, but, some athletes may not, have all of those wheels in their garage. So some athletes have all of those options. I know when I raced this course way back in the day, I was always sort of, do I ride the disc? Do I ride the deep dish? What's faster? But ultimately, the rule of thumb is if you can ride the disc, then ride the disc.
That's a good
if you
rule.
have the disc, ride the disc.
And we're with American bib number 25, Erica Dankers, at 49 minutes in, 9 minutes back from the leader. So she's the one we were discussing there, kind of her choice of wheels. Again, they're deep wheels. It's just it's a preference. And some people find this style of wheel more comfortable and more absorbent, but I think you're right. Disc if you can.
And the big thing that to consider, usually the front wheel is more important for this, but crosswinds. And St. George, we saw the weather earlier, it was no wind, but usually as the the day moves on, the sun comes up, the wind sort of picks up. And if you have a deep dish on the front, that's typically where you're going to get blown around most likely. Not the back wheel doesn't matter as much, but if you do have a disc on the back and a deep dish on the front, then you're going to be blown around. And that's Miranda Tomlinson from Canada there. She's 3:52 from the leader, so 43:42 in. Racing very well here. Moving up on another athlete. That might have been Jackie Herring. I'm not 100% sure, but back to the men.
This is another shot where you're going to look in there and say, hey, what's going on? This camera angle, extremely deceptive, because I guarantee that those athletes are well aware of what that race ranger light is indicating, and they can see with certainty if they are on the bubble or on the edge of that draft zone. 12 meters from the front of your wheel, that's what you need to do. And we're going to take a quick listen here to the sights and sounds of this course here in St. George. And this line of fellas here, as they're coming on a downward trend, Rennie, they are the ones we were just discussing how, they're attentive to where they sit relative to one another. We can see it, and from our behind the rider angle, it just looks like it's a string of athletes nearly touching, but that's certainly not the case. If you were adjacent to them or side by side with them, you'd note that 12-meter gap is being adhered to.
Yeah, and we're looking at the top four on course right now: Spirrell, Manor, Quinnett, and Costas. You'll see Dylan Gillespie down at 117 back now. Mark Dubrick has dropped back. He's around 120 back, and of course he was out of the water with these men. Now sliding back ever so slightly, but interesting or great to see Justin Messler, the American, moving up to 6th place. So he is having a solid bike ride there. He's riding with Dylan Gillespie and Mark Dubrick. Mickey Tagholt, Mickey Tagholt earlier this week did have a bit of a crash. He crashed on a cattle grade, we were told, and still getting it done, still racing and racing very well. So great to see him up there. Justin Rial down in 9th place as well there.
Yes, as we come over here on the road to Mel McQuaid, on the course here, one of our veteran athletes and a longtime competitor, former off-road Xterra world champion, where mountain bike is part of your triathlon. And so really a long career, but a great career, and still ultra competitive and ever present. She's just so good when she's on a great day. Very competitive, Mel McQuaid.
Yeah, Mel McQuaid still racing in the pro fields. In her early 50s, too fast for the 50 to 55 age group, I guess. But Mel McQuaid, I obviously raced her through my career, and always such a tough competitor. Raced in Kona last year too, so racing Ironman and 70.3 distance races in the pro field, which is very impressive.
Yeah, and she's a 2-time Ironman 70.3 winner. She's she has, as we said, those world titles and 50. Yeah, and a coach, just very involved in the sport through and through for a long time, and we expect her to be for more.
Absolutely. We're back with, I believe, race leader Paula Finlay. I believe that's 2 men in front of her, so pro males that maybe not the greatest swimmers, but Paula Finlay, a phenomenal swim biker, and yeah, I mean, no problem keeping up with the men.
No problem, and it's typical. Again, as we come back to Jackson Laundrie, who we're looking at here on camera, and you can kind of look for him not quite into that top 10 yet for the men, but we expect to see him power his way up there. He with perhaps his riding partner, soon-to-be riding partner Sam Long, but Jackson Laundrie pushing along. You mentioned this, and it's cool to see Justin Metzler that gets in there and kind of moves his way up. You can look on your leaderboard there. If it's a green arrow up, you're going through the field. That's an advancement since the last time check. Red will obviously indicate a drop as we come back to our top 4 athletes.
Yeah, and it looks like going back through the tracker, Sam Long has now moved his way up into 11th place, so he's just outside of that top 10, just behind Vilko Wiecki, the Wolf, who's in 10th place, but Sam Long sitting at 144, just behind. And when we saw Sam Long a little while ago, we saw a big line of men, so I think he has plenty of targets to chase, but the 4 clearly have a bit of separation from that that group from 5th down. Big pack of men there.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, sort of that gap, right, is shrinking. And here we're with the American Sam Long. Also great to analyze sort of that position with that beautiful backdrop as well, that mesa in the background, that southwestern rock formation here. But we've got Sam Long, arrow tuck, a little bit longer helmet, and then we pan back to see the fellows that are chasing him here on the highway of the full gas bike course. But really, this guy, he does tend to run, usually a lower cadence right now, kind of a mid-grade, but he pushes a nice big gear, gets the bike rolling, has done very well on this course in the past, as we referenced, 2nd place in the IRONMAN World 70.3 World Championship back in 21, where he had that great battle with Lionel Sanders. Oh man, so close.
Yeah.
But always a guy that's going to give his best on the day.
Yeah, and as we said, coming into this season hot. This is his 5th race, 5th middle distance triathlon race this year, and man, I was like, maybe he'll skip this one, given that he's just done so much racing lately. But I think a weekend race is easier than what he does in training. The man just is a powerhouse, and the numbers in his training, I mean, just go check out or do a little research. But I think he was running like 70 miles a week, and on top of, big bike weeks. So he just he can just handle the amount of work that man can handle is just incredible. And I think the other pro men are like scratching their heads. How does he do it? He's just cut from a different cloth. So impressive to see him, racing so well and consistently well. And obviously this year-long race series, it's important to be consistent throughout the year. Obviously, he'll need to continue that momentum through the end of the year if he wants to try and take out the IRONMAN Pro Series and get a little, well, not a little, big paycheck, $200,000 on the line for the winner. And a $75K prize purse today, of course. Prize money will be given out today as well. But, earning those points and trying to lead that series is big too. But
big too. That was Molly Hebda from the USA that we spent a little bit of time with there on the women's race, as we look where she's a little bit further back in the field, and then jumping up again to Paula Finlay, who, check that out, suddenly has a 36-second lead over Ellie Salthouse, who's got a minute over Jeannie Metzler. So not a surprise at all from the Canadian.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
You're a little bit surprised?
I'm a little surprised that Ellie didn't go with Paula, because usually Ellie does hang with Paula, but Paula is, she's like, you know what, today I don't want company. I'm happy to have the open roads to myself, and maybe a nice little cushion going onto that run course, because it is a really tough run course, and running head-to-head is always tough. We're back with race leader in the men's side. Spiral? Is that Spiral?
Yeah, that's Spiral. Yep. There you go. And so, yeah, good point. I shouldn't say totally not surprised. I guess what I'm not surprised by is Paula Finlay being incredible on the bike. So you're right. It is never expected that Salthouse will let go. But this is one of those things where it's a good time to bring it up. In the women's field, 4 competitors, 4 highlights, 4 star athletes out of the water together. You have to respect the fact that you're not always going to have the same legs at the same moment as your competitors. You're not always going to have the same plan. And so, to me, when you're not in a 15-person deep, competitive, cutthroat environment, it might make sense for Ellie to just say, you know what, I don't need to try and force it and be on that wheel or with Finlay. I might just drop back and then come on strong later. Everybody has a little bit of a strategy you have to play. Jeannie will come in here maybe a little bit. She doesn't have a roll of confidence coming in, but she may have a real strong belief in what typically is her strength on the run. So she may be saying, I'm fine to lose a minute or two here early. I'm going to run so quick. I'm fired up. I'm a defending champ. So you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has their own race plans that they like to try to stick to, but I think you never want to let Paula ride away.
I wouldn't do it.
She is a great runner too, and so I think Jeannie and Ellie definitely doing everything they can to stay, you know, in contact to some degree. But Paula Finlay, you know, has other plans today.
Yes, and how about that? I'm just kind of looking at the bottom of the screen. It just flashed across. I got excited in 2025, the IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain. What a beautiful part of the world. Marbella, actually, that means beautiful sea. So that's going to be a beautiful part of the world. I can't wait. That's a year away. In the meantime, another gorgeous course. And I think if you look ahead, we talk about this every time we come here, just stark contrast between eventually see some green. You'll see the you know, that blue, purple mountain range behind, then you'll see the bright red or you know, dark deep reds of they're typical of this southwestern venue, but it can be harsh, it can be exposing, but without a doubt it's always beautiful. So very cool and unique to folks that have never been to the desert, really the high desert before.
Yeah, the high desert is beautiful in its own way, those red rocks, and as the sun sets in the evenings here, it's absolutely stunning. Being able to go and race this race a couple of times. I know some of the athletes do spend a couple of days after just enjoying the scenery and maybe taking a hike, a recovery hike in the national park.
And it's been a great spot for people. It's been over the last, since the Ironman came here in 2010, it has been on the radar of athletes for training camp as we watch this turnaround point. The athletes coming in here, getting that 180 and out and away back the other direction of this full gas bike course. Nice other little chance to have a look at where everyone was. We're down there doing that final kind of turnaround point before they continue to roll out.
Yeah, and as we look at the splits as well, Katie Curran from the UK slipping back a little bit. She was out in the lead with Jeannie Metzler. She's now at 2:06 behind. Jeannie Metzler down at 1:06 behind. And Jackie Herring 3:30 back. So she was leading that main group in the swim and now at 3:30. Lumkes from the US in 3:30 back. Danielle Lewis 4:30 back. And Zimmerman 5:13 back. Hebda down at 5:15 and McBride in 5:16. So spreading out a little bit out there is the women's field, but we are about to run off to another break. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa! Cut! Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews,
high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
And this is the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George, brought to you by Full Gas. Real roads, real results. And by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration.
Yes, and we're back with the lead men, a group of four, a quartet of four, rolling out here, but there is some heat coming from behind. Vilko Viecki and Real, Tag Holt, and Sam Long. We will get another split soon, and I'm sure we'll see. Oh, and they've, oh no, they've gone off course there, so a few seconds lost.
Yeah, just a little bit of a oops, I didn't mean to do that. You never exactly know, but it typically comes down to just a slight lack of focus. Sometimes, ever so slightly, someone thinks, hey, I saw someone go that way. But these guys up front, you saw Costas immediately pop up out of his aero bars and find those bullhorns, thank goodness. But he rolled with it flawlessly. The fellas, you know what it comes down to is not panicking, not really losing your biscuits when it happens. Just get right back in and start rolling. I think they did well with it. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that wasn't costly.
No, maybe a couple of seconds, but yeah, not at all. And yeah, I don't know if they just thought that that was a right-hand. I guess they just thought it was a right-hand turn, but usually on these courses they have big arrows whenever there's a right-hand turn telling you that there's a turn coming up.
They make it obvious. They don't ever want you to miss a turn, so they're going to make it very obvious, and the cones will change. So let's have another quick look back in time and see what exactly happened, just if we have it. Oh, yeah, I knew we would. And so these athletes, the front runners, just taking a right turn. Nothing. Nobody. So there's no cone saying not to, but they just said, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a turn.
This looks like a nice street.
This looks like a pleasant little ride instead of noticing all the cones down in front. But you know what? Little athlete error, little user error. It does happen. Well done there as we're back on the front here, and we are together with our man from Germany, Maximilian Sperl, rocking the bib number 4. And you know, in a younger athlete, it's not easy to just get out there and hold that tension, hold that pressure at the front. Here's the right turn they should have made. See, as you said, arrows indicating, cones blocking.
And we are going to talk a little bit about our partnership with TriDot. Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. TriDot has used the data, intelligence, assets, and 100-point index to provide the data for today's race index powered by TriDot. So today's score is 41, and a 0 would be absolutely perfect conditions. There'd be no current or chop in the swim, saltwater swim, legal, wetsuit legal, absolutely flat bike course at sea level with no wind, a temperature of around 15 degrees or 59 Celsius, sorry, and 59 Fahrenheit and 30% humidity. That would be race 0. But let's face it, no race is perfect or that easy. No race is actually easy, even if perfect conditions. But today's race index is a 41 score out of 100, and 100 would be somewhere like Lanzarote, or if today had like crazy winds and really hot temperatures, that score would be elevated. So depending on the conditions on that actual day, we're able to give a score, and that enables us to compare year to year. So maybe last year's race was 47, or maybe it was a 35. So you can kind of be like, well, I went a little faster this year, but the conditions were harder this year, and you know it gives athletes the opportunity to post-race then go compare. Well, I raced Ironman's Lanzarote and I did this time. Well, I raced Ironman Cairns and I did this time. Well, what was the race index? And they can kind of more closely figure out, you know, who had the better race, which is always fun at the end of the day.
That's really cool. And as you look to that right side, slower, mid-pack, or elite triathletes, we have kind of what happens. So that gray shows you the baseline. So if it were kind of race 0 or that perfect conditions, you do a 6:30. But today, on today's course, that adjusts out to 7:55. That's notable. Not as huge of a distance for the elite. If you're an elite on 0, on course 0, 4 hours, 26 minutes slower today for those elites. So it is a tough course, not the toughest until that wind or heat kick up.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a game changer. If the heat is, you know, really up there, and we've had years here in St. George where the winds have really kicked up and crazy storms have rolled in, and which is, can happen in the desert, but not such a problem today. And now we see Sam Long with no one ahead of him.
Yeah, back with Sam Long, 28 years old. He's got 10 Ironman 70.3 titles to his credit at this point, but no longer the youngest guy. When he was 22, 23, we're saying, oh, he's just so darn young. And you know what? Now he's just really kind of in his, I think, prime. The athletes kind of scratching their heads at how much training he does, but also how much just power he throws down there on the course, up out of the saddle of this notable section that I remember from the World Championship a little while back when all of those men were shirtless right here, and you were out there interviewing them, Rennie, on this very stretch. I feel like it was in this zone, if my memory serves, somewhere in there.
That's correct. Yeah, the men were out there, shirts off. We had
Oh, those guys,
the big guns.
all those Norwegian superstars. They're all we can think about is their pecs.
And we were like, guys, you got to race tomorrow. They were out there like, go in, get warm, get your feet up. But they wanted to get out there and cheer for the women, so that was really cool. I'm wondering if this is Sam Long moving up to that group of 4, because you can see some motos up ahead and you can see some athletes off in the distance. I'm wondering if he is bridging that gap to the lead now, and as we saw at the last time split, he was around 144 behind, and we haven't had a new split since then. So I'm guessing that he might be moving up on the lead pack.
I think you're spot on. I think you are absolutely on the money there. It's what he does. It's about when we expect him to do it. These athletes doing really well, trying to keep him at bay. But also remember, they lost what 3, 4, 5 seconds in that little turn snafu, so that accounts for some as well. But great stuff here, and we are with Maximilian Spurl up front here, still trying to hold that lead and dial it in, keep these chasers at bay for as long as he can, and it will be fun to see what happens once we continue to follow this full gas bike course, Miranda, and we will be right back, so please do stay with us. Well, Rennie, we are on camera here with Danielle Lewis for the first time today, this superstar that, yes, raced Oceanside, yes, raced Texas, and here she is continuing in our IRONMAN Pro Series with here in St. George. She looks fantastic. We talked about when will the legs kind of scream at you, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, when will the legs scream at you after that Ironman too? I mean, that's the big question. That was last Saturday, so a week ago today, and yeah, she had a solid day out there today. She had a really solid race in Oceanside too, so that has her up decently high in her point standings. But yeah, Danielle Lewis, a very strong cyclist and really good runner. So I believe she, we've only had a time split around 12 miles, but we're gonna hear a few words from Danielle Lewis from earlier in the week.
I think when I first made my race schedule early in the year, I thought, yeah, I'll do Texas and then St. George after, because I did it last year and it went great. I was third here last year. So I can do it again. And then I don't know, maybe in like February, I realized that this year there's only 1 week separating Texas and St. George. Last year there was 2 weeks separating Texas and St. George. So I was like, well, okay, we'll just see how this goes.
How are your legs?
I feel great, actually. Yeah, so Ironman Texas, I rode well, not beyond, you know, my limitations because, you know, I still have to run a marathon afterwards, right? So it was a good, solid, long ride. But then the run, I was limited on my pace because I was having some pretty intense GI issues. So it was pretty much a jog on the marathon. So I didn't really dig too deep. So I think that's probably saved my legs for this race. After Texas, I took 3 days off of running. So yesterday was my first run after Texas, and it's always a weird feeling going back to running after taking just a few days off because you have that like jello-y kind of feeling. But they're coming around, they feel good. I've got some speed in them, so yeah, I feel good.
That's an honest answer. I mean, she doesn't know. Oops, 1 week. But also, if anyone could do it, it's Danielle, right? She didn't run to her potential last week either.
I think that's the main point there. She said she biked strong, but nothing, you know, crazy. She wanted to be able to run that marathon, but wasn't able to. Had some GI issues, so that held her back. So really, she kind of just had a really just big, long training day.
Sure.
Sure, it's going to be more than she would have, 100% more than she would have done if she was just training for this race. But not so much that she didn't run a 2:50 marathon, and that would take a lot more out of you. So, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, seems like her legs are feeling pretty good right now. She's rolling pretty well on the bike.
That's right, and we are here now with Sam Long. And we are really, of course, always impressed with the man's effort. The aero position is great. And, of course, taking a look at our VinFast performance analysis. Right now, an hour 23 is when we think we'll see him roll through that next time check. And, of course, he's pushing along at an average over this last segment of 26.96 miles per hour. That's about, what, 41K an hour, would you say?
It's fast.
It's fast. I mean,
yeah.
you know.
And there will be sections where he's going a lot quicker. Obviously, that's sort of the average of the last little time split. But it'll be, you know, more interesting to see what his average is overall. And he'll be well over 30 miles an hour on some of those downhills, 20 miles an hour on some of the uphills. So just a little glimpse at his pace for that last section.
Well, because that 12-mile block, what you just said, it included the tough climb that he went up. The next tough climb, of course, is Snow Canyon. But that's a great point. If you're holding those numbers over that tough section, it's going to improve. 26 is going to put him, you know, in that 2:12 for an overall split. And we know darn well he's not going to be finishing at 2:12.
No, I think he was around 2:03 last year.
Right.
So
that's right.
Definitely, you know, a slower portion of the course. And you know, there are some screaming downhill sections where, you know, 35, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, totally.
2:02 last year, 2:02:32.
You're
so,
very close, very close.
From memory, but the accurate time was 2:02:33. We'll see if he can beat that time.
Yeah, this overhead shot here of what we just referenced, that beautiful Snow Canyon, beautiful to us because we're not riding our bikes up it. It is less easy to appreciate as you're going up that hill. It's quite tough, but it's a defining feature. Comes 45, 46 miles into the race. But once again, today, our race weather presented by Roca telling us, hey, that's pretty perfect. Still in those upper 50s or 14 Celsius. That's great, a little cool, but you're probably feeling great with your output.
Yeah, and as we said with the race index earlier, humidity at 30%, temperature, that's like ideal conditions, you know, as TriDot we mentioned earlier, the 59 degrees, the 30% humidity, the 2 miles per hour wind. That is nothing. So conditions here couldn't be more perfect. Obviously, the course itself is challenging without, you know, heat or wind, but definitely really good conditions here today.
Really good conditions, and ripping it down here through one of these more residential sections. And one thing I notice here is just absolutely perfect road surfaces, very smooth, which is going to contribute to quicker speeds. People always talk about how tough the course is, but gosh, when you're saying 2:02, I mean, run the average. That's amazing. Really, just to hold those averages, it speaks to people's ability to have great technical skills, aerodynamics, and then just the good output, the good power going up these rollers, going up those long sustained climbs. So, I mean, is it pretty much, tell me this, what you're coaching now, obviously an extensive racing career, you're very in touch, you're married to a guy who was pretty good at the sport. To be honest, what's the power? What percentage do you think of their threshold are they holding now?
Oh my gosh, they're holding a very high percentage of their threshold for the majority of this race. They just become, as they spend so many years, you know, practicing race pace, that threshold just comes up and up and up.
So
and they're able,
like,
the percentage of the threshold,
Sure.
I should say, that they're able to hold is phenomenal. And, you know, looking at professionals and age groups is a massive difference, because obviously age groups are a lot less efficient because they just don't have the time or haven't had the years that they've just been dialing in that pace. And we see
In a little bit of a, his chain's down. So you can see his chain off, and he's actually making the don't try this at home, folks, but what he's trying to do is reach down, grab his chain, and put it back onto the big chain ring.
And he's done it.
He did it, and that is also another skilled, to your point, a lot of time on the
Sam
bike.
Long is catching up. That's not a good time to drop your chain, but at least he has it on before Sam came around him. But, yeah, tight little section here. The athletes just trying to get around these little turns safely. And, yes, they are riding very close together. But, you know, we want the athletes to stay safe, and Sam just trying to get around the outside of the athlete ahead of him. I'm sure he yelled out there,
On your
move.
love. I just have to give kudos there as we look at that big chain ring, and maybe he doesn't have a small, maybe it just popped right off, because I'm not seeing a big derailleur, so probably the one by up front. But either way, Rennie, this is something again that is he saved himself. So yes, Sam Long came through. Yes, he had no forward real progress, but he didn't stop. He kept rolling, was able to get down, put the chain back on the chain ring, and then get right back to it. Also, no panic, no, oh, I can't believe this happened to me. He just went with it. So again, a shout out to the Frenchman, Anthony Costas. That was just a really clutch move. So great stuff as we get in here with Paula Finlay, and we get to have a listen to what it feels like to be one of the best in the biz.
Hear there that disc sound. I love that disc sound. Even when she's just sitting, and you can hear it just kind of whirring around, and just not very quiet and calm is Paula Finlay, just going about her business, and we'll see. She might not need to take on any fluids here, but passing one of those, you know, pro males there, and doesn't look like she needs to slow down for any fluid. But Paula Finlay's so just still.
Oh, she's so dialed. I love
I want
it.
to say quiet. It's like, you know, she's just quiet in that there's no big movements. She's like, seems calm. She seems relaxed and comfortable in that position, which is really important. And, you know, cranking out big watts for sure. We don't have a new split from Paula, but I'm sure that gap is just blowing out now as she continues on this bike course. But, you know, always great to see Paula doing what she does best, and that's just crushing off the front.
You're spot on. I love watching her on the bike, and it's just because she does look quiet, smooth. There's a case for, hey, I like to see all this energy kind of moving, and the body should move, but for me to look at just from the hips down, pure power, pure precision, and then the upper body, the head, the arm, just smooth and quiet. To me, it's lovely to watch. And you have to think that over the course of 4 hours plus or minus for these people, every little bit of extra energy, be it a kilojoule, you can't afford to lose it. So she just has that, I think, high efficiency. To me, it looks great.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I mentioned earlier, it's years. This doesn't just happen overnight. It's so many years in the making. We are going to throw down to, actually, we have Matt on course, Matt Lieto on course, and he is down with Danielle Lewis.
Thank goodness, Matt. Let's hear what you got.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, they got me working a camera today, and able to see even more inside than normal right now with Danielle Lewis, and she's just been rolling through the field, just past another athlete, so she's moved herself into, looks like 6th place, but she's rolling, and on these kind of windy downhill sections, she's pretty fearless. She's getting, you know, in that arrow position you get in, kind of off the back of the saddle a little bit, putting her chin down and getting that super tuck. But she's coming up on another couple athletes, so she's, you know, looks like from the splits that I'm seeing that she's only been outridden at this point by Paula Finlay, but she is definitely crawling up at this women's field. As we get to one of these overpasses, you can see her coming up on these two athletes in front, and they are next, kind of in her bullseye, in her sights, and Danielle is moving, and we know she can run too, so she's putting herself in a great position.
Matt, thank you very much. Again, a true Renaissance man will say this, a jack of all trades, and I don't want this to go overlooked. He's actually operating the camera today with also great commentary. So great to have our man in the field really with that front row seat and always good commentary. So thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, always bringing awesome insights, and love to hear more from you, Matt, if you can get down there and find some more nuggets for us to hear about. But yeah, awesome to see Danielle Lewis. Clearly her legs are feeling pretty good after that Ironman last weekend, because she's rolling through the field now. He mentioned that she was probably moved up to around 6th position and coming up on a couple more athletes, which we believe is probably Kate Curran and Jackie Herring.
I call that the SLL. It's the Sam Long look. So he's looking over his shoulder, because that's what he's doing. He's saying, is he here? Have I been caught? When is he going to come through? The inevitable, it's been mentioned, or he's aware, but realistically, that is that look. Up another notable hill here, Rennie, where he is out of the saddle, and then just like that, you come back, and here's his guy. This is who we've been with, Maximilian. I'm sorry.
That's Mana.
Yeah, Magnus Mana, and he's right there as well. And, of course, he's giving a smile, chit-chatting with the camera. And then, as we kind of know, we've got Kenneth still from South Africa, and then, of course, Sam Long, just really imminent. I mean, he's about to come through. Everybody knows it. And then what's the play? Do I try to go with? Do I stay my pace? I think most every sort of competitive, ego-driven male athlete will throw a lasso around, try and go with.
100%. I think when you're talking about Sam Long, he is a very strong. I mean, his probably strength is the bike, but he backs it up with a phenomenally fast run.
Yeah.
And when you have that 1-2 punch, you can't give him an inch. So these athletes will do their best to stay with him, but they might not have a choice. And I think Sam Long will get to Sand Hollow. To the climb in Snow Canyon, and that he will say, okay, you're going to have to, if you want to ride with me, you're going to have to push 500 watts up here.
It's going to hurt. That's right. It's going to hurt. You will pay, and that's fine. Do that. But if we look back last year, just last year, Sam Long was able to come in here and do a 202, backed up with a 112, okay, and change. But if you're talking about a 202 with a 112, that was also what Trevor Foley did. Unfortunately, not here today. Foley actually, interesting, only lost it on the swim. But either way, you know that what you said is absolutely true. Power the bike, but have enough to still tick off 5:30 mile pace on the run. That is no easy task.
And we just look at the VinFast performance bike analysis with Paula Finlay. In that last segment, she was at her next estimated time, is 1:30.45. That's the next time we will see. But she was about 24.14 miles per hour. And again, I think that was just a slower section. Her average speed for the whole race will be much higher than that. But yeah, good to have a little insight as to where they're at right now.
Right, and 24, so 24, I mean, look, now all of a sudden I was saying, like, what, the next little bump, she just went in and our VinFast performance analysis ticked up 25.9. Think about this, a faster segment, but she's just under 26, which Sam Long before was just over 26. This is an incredible ride, and I think that if you want to answer the question, where's Ellie Salthouse? Well, she's maybe having a great race, but right now Paula Finlay is just going for it. So very impressive stats here for the 34-year-old out of Canada, our Olympian, who most recently did take victory in Mexico last year at Ironman 70.3 Los Cabos.
And of course, just a month ago, 3rd in Oceanside with Taylor Knibb winning and Emma Pallant-Brown in 2nd back there. But it looks like Ellie Salthouse is only around 50 seconds back at the last time check. I'm just checking my little tracker here, but Ellie not losing terrible amount of time. Kind of still hanging in there, but Paula Finlay definitely out front and leading the way.
And here's Danielle Lewis making the pass to 2 women on the right. So Danielle Lewis, again, fresh off that Ironman Texas performance, 9th. It must have stung the legs a bit, but ultimately, as you said, it's kind of like coming off a long training day. And so you almost prime the engine with that sort of more aerobic long day, and then you can zip in here and try and go fast. So great stuff for Danielle Lewis, making a quick pass there on the road.
I believe that is Jackie Herring.
It looks like Jackie Herring, so I'll have to grab a number. Certainly looks like her. Okay, Jackie Herring, and this one, another one. Watch out. This is kind of the new Mirinda Carfrae, right? Like her, right? We can count on her to have that. We would see you on the start list, and it's like, okay, there's your fastest run split. Now, we say that a lot about Jackie Herring. You can always count on her kind of delivering, be it from, way up to way back. Am I right?
Absolutely, yeah. She had a bit of a tougher year last year and got, I believe, COVID earlier in the year and had some issues trying to just get back on track after that and just didn't really have a fantastic year. But this year, looking to just come back and have some great races again. And as I mentioned, she has a couple of Ironman. She's done Ironman full distance races before. She's fully committed to the Pro Series and will race a couple of Ironman races. And obviously racing here, her first race of the season. Sorry, second race. She did race in Miami earlier this year, but she wasn't quite ready for that one. And I think had targeted this one as her first race of the year. But Danielle Lewis coming around Jackie, and Jackie just going to try and, I think, hang with her now. And just try and use Daniela to, help pace and a little bit of a carrot dangling out there. Sometimes you can increase those watts a little bit, and it can help you. That partnership can sometimes just help you get to that finish line just that touch quicker.
Yeah, and well said. Harry's won 6 Ironman 70.3s, but last year, kind of just like some seconds and thirds. It wasn't a big year, so we're excited to see where she ends up this year overall. Back with Paula Finlay, the only company that she has on her radar is the back part of this men's professional field. And remember, we all start somewhere, so some of these men, people say, oh, well, how does that line up? Well, first off, these women are exceptional. Second off, we have these men that have qualified as pros. They're usually newer pros, and they're getting their experience. They're getting their level up, and it is something where you're too fast to be an age grouper. You really need to come in here and just kind of, for lack of a better phrase, just get beat up a little bit by the men and women, and it enables you to jump that level, get better, be our next superstar of 4 or 5 years from now.
Yeah, absolutely. And these athletes just doing their very best out there, and I'm sure they do not want to be on camera with Paula whatsoever, but Paula, just such a great all-around athlete, but strong on the bike, super strong on the bike, and very fast swimmer. And when there's only a 3-minute gap between the men and women at the start, it sort of makes for, the not slower man, but the newer pro man just trying to get their start and learn how to race in these pro races. There's a lot different to racing in the age group races, but Paula Finlay, class of the field.
She probably made up a minute and a half on the swim alone. So there you go. But stay with us because we've got a lot more action here in St. George after this quick break.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa! Cut! Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health, with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition, welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
And we're back with our lead males here on the full gas bike course. We just saw in that break, we saw Sam Long go to the lead and Spiral sort of kind of go with him and then come back around him. So these two, I'm not sure if there's a little gap to the next two men, Manna and Quinnett, but Sam Long did make the pass and go to the front, but Maximilian Spiral's like, yeah, you know what? Let me have a turn. So these two men sort of going back and forth here a little bit, but they're coming up to Snow Canyon here shortly, and that's when I think there'll be a few fireworks. Yeah, absolutely. It was, I think Sam was a little surprised to hear someone on his wheel. He sort of looked back and looked back again, like, what? No, I pass and then I just keep going. But Maximilian's like, no, let me have a turn. So it's pretty cool to see that. But back to the women's race, and we did see Danielle Lewis now moved up to 5th place. She just passed Jackie Herring, so Danielle Lewis up to 5th, around 4:19 back from the lead. She'll have Katie Curran in her sights now. Katie Curran 3:34 back. Gina Metzler at 2:38 back from the lead in 3rd place, and Ellie Salthouse 50 seconds behind Paula Finlay. So back with the leader, Paula Finlay on screen, just going about her business and making it look easy.
That's for sure. Making it look easy, that's for sure. And tell you what, when I kind of try and predict and kind of try and look ahead with this, I think we're going to see a notable gap where it's sort of unnerving, but let's just say she comes off the bike with a minute and a half, minute 45. You've got to get in there and also recognize that you have to sort of run a different race than you might if you have company. So if we just kind of play with that a little bit, what's the tactic? I mean, just again, we're looking ahead, but what's the approach, how it differs to where you may be in a head-to-head battle off the bike, protecting that lead, so to speak?
I think you do, well, there's two minds, right? Like, you're kind of running scared, so you do want to be still as quickly and as efficiently through T2 as you possibly can be, coming up on 30 miles now for Paula, so 26 to go. But you do have that space to be like, okay, I don't have anyone breathing down my neck. I can not take my time, but I can, get into my natural rhythm here, and I don't have to sort of go with someone else. And again, you don't necessarily have to go with the other athlete in the moment, but it becomes more of a sort of a mental game to shoot. Like, I'm here, I feel good, and you're sort of having to have that poker face when you're running side by side with someone. But when you're by yourself, you can kind of like, not forget about everyone else. And again, I think Paula will be very aware of where everyone else is, and as we mentioned earlier, Eric Lagerstrom, her fiance, getting married a little later this year,
nice,
is out there with her. He was planning to race in the men's race, but was not feeling well enough to start, so he'll be out there on course and be able to give Paul some splits back to Ellie, Jeannie, Curran, Lewis, and Herring, so that she is well aware of what's going on around her, and so then she can kind of, from that information, she'll then be able to appropriately pace her run.
There you go. Great answer. As we come back to Jackson Laundrie, our Canadian athlete here, who is racing very well, someone that you always have to kind of put a very likely top 5 on any finish when he starts, but a 5-time Ironman 70.3 winner. I believe we saw, well, we've seen him here every year, right? And we've seen a couple years ago coming off an Oceanside win. He was high and hoping to win, and last year, in fact, got a little bit disappointed by that finish, but a guy that is always someone that you can count on, again, to be in the mix, given his best. So fun to see the Canadian here. I think he's looking great.
I think he's looking great too. We are actually going to go listen to a little soundbite we got from Jackson Laundrie earlier in the week.
Feeling great. I love this place. It's my favorite race destination. This will be my 8th time racing in St. George, so can't wait to get out there again. It's always It's just always great conditions, cool in the morning, warms up, nice sunny run, and well, the one time there was a storm, but other than that, it's been pretty awesome. And yeah, there's always some big dogs out here, and Sam's gonna smash it. And there's always a couple people up front that just kind of have a day and end up there in the mix. So can't count anybody out, but I think I'm ready to have that next level with a few good weeks in me and perform better and make Sam work really damn hard to beat me. And if he doesn't, then it'll be me, I think. So we'll see what we can do. I always have a great ride here, so I can't wait to get on that bike course and just do some damage. And then the hilly run too, you just, you're just always working. There's no sort of relaxing, and I think that really plays to my advantage. So and then just experience here, you know where to push and where to hold back, and you can't really hold back or else you're gonna get left behind. So if people don't maybe know that Snow Canyon climb that well, that's gonna come up and bite you in the last 30 minutes of the bike. So always something to keep you working hard out here in St. George, what they call it, the land of endurance. I put money on me. I'm ready. I'm really excited for this. I think Oceanside was a really good day, but it was my first race of the year, and I felt that. I felt a couple little rough spots, and the rust had to be broken off. So 3 more solid weeks in me, and I'm feeling better for this one. And Sam's, this will be, I think, his 5th race, and this will be my 2nd. So you'd hope at some point he's got he's probably not going to slow down, but he's definitely going to be at that same really good level, and I think I've gotten myself there. So can't wait to give it another shot. For me, I've really focused on making sure I have a good swim here, because I might not be getting out, with Mark Dubrick, but I need to give myself the best chance to win. I need to have a deficit, or give Sam a deficit as big as I can. So the best strategy for me is to have a really good swim and ride really hard, and for him to have to work very hard to catch me. So the swim's huge for me. There's a lot of good swimmers here that I'm kind of targeting, and some guys that got out ahead of me at Oceanside, but not too far ahead. So if I can swim with those guys, I think that's going to set up my day. But yeah, I mean, I've also had races where I got out of the water behind Sam, and then in the same group, and then we've worked together the whole bike. So I'm ready for anything. But yeah, the swim's going to be better than Oceanside. That's really what I've been training for.
There you have a great bit of insight from Jackson Laundrie. 3rd in Oceanside, what he referenced, a solid performance. 3rd here last year. I don't think he's off the record. I think he's going to be able to achieve those results. And now we're together with Katie Curran in the women's race here. 4th place at that notable out of the water with Taylor Knibb. You were saying at Oceanside was kind of a testy little battle they had, isn't it?
Yeah,
wasn't it?
a testy little battle there in Oceanside with Kate and Taylor, I believe, is kind of battling each other a little bit in the swim. But Kate dropping back a little bit from the lead. As we said, she was out of the water first, and now she's about 3:34 down, but still cycling very well. And on course right now, she's in 4th position, but she does have Danielle Lewis, who's rolling through the field with Jackie Herring. Most likely, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm sure they'll catch up to her by the end of the bike here, but Katie Curran looking really good. I love the kit. She's in a TTL kit, actually. That's that Triathlon Life. That's Paula and Eric's brand. So cool to see her rocking the Paula Finlay TTL kit.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, that's a little nod to your fellow competitors. 3rd place last week in St. Anthony's, a historic race we referenced earlier. But stay with us to watch more of Kate Curran and all of these competitors here in St. George. We will be right back.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back here to the Full Gas Bike Course 190-kilometer or 56-mile loop around this beautiful setting here. And we are with Paula Finlay. You can see we're starting to get more elevation gain. Of course, an aero bar climb is where we are now. And then soon we will approach that snow canyon, which by all accounts is not an aero bar climb for most of it or some of it.
Yeah, at least most of it, I would say.
Most of it. Let's just go with the most, yeah.
Yeah, but now we're back with the lead man. That's Maximilian Spirl and Sam Long in the lead there. We are looking to get some splits on the pro men in the next couple of minutes here. So we'll see if that quartet has now moved into just a duo in the lead.
That's right. That's right. Sam Long here, the guy in the back that we're looking at directly. He's a triplet, of course, the personal information. He's got two brothers came out, three together, kind of crazy stuff there, Boulder, Colorado. Now a new father and just loving it. Kind of you follow his social media, you'll see a lot in sort of behind the scenes. Got a little baby, got his gal, Laura, and they just kind of roll through life together, supporting one another, having fun. I mean, what a time here for the American athlete. And again, focusing kind of on everything this year, really trying to deliver. Laundry said his 5th race. I mean, it's only May, you know? So a lot of aggressive racing out of Sam Long so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, little Leo, his little baby, and Laura actually was racing professionally before she had a baby, and she was planning to come back, but then this year decided to just support Sam. She said it's more fun.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And you know what? It is hard. You navigated this. You know, husband-wife team, both at the top of their game. It's doable, but often there's, you know, something's kind of got to give, and you got to sort of make a sacrifice here and there. So, like you said earlier, with Eric sitting on the sidelines, being able to support Paula, there's a big boost. He's not worrying about her while he's racing. She's not worrying about him while she's racing. They can just really focus. So it's all doable, but it's kind of cool to see that happening for those two right now.
Yeah, and moving back to the women's race, that's Danielle Lewis. She just made the pass on Kate Curran, and Jackie Herring was with her. So Jackie Herring being able to go with Danielle Lewis as she came past. So awesome for Jackie and Katie Curran. Just getting past there. You'll see her just in 3rd. I'm not sure who that 4th athlete is. That might be Lumpkes as well. So a group of 4. And Danielle Lewis she's looking down at her gears there, maybe just struggling to find the right gear on this little climb.
Sure.
But looks like she's fine, grinding out of the saddle now.
As we take a peek here at our men's splits, you were spot on, Rennie. Spurl and Long both have now pulled away. It's a duo with 44 seconds lead over Manner and Costes as well as Canet. So those guys 44 to 49 seconds back through 39.5 miles. So Long and Spurl, great effort there for those two to get away. One thing that I'll mention as we come back to the women's race, Finlay, Salthouse, Metzler, Curran, Lewis, and we're on camera with Herring. I'm not loving that Metzler is 2:38 down. I don't worry. There's no flags running up, but I do like to see her a little closer, just for her sake, just a little closer.
Yeah, and last year she did win this race, but she did not have Paula Finlay.
That's right.
In the race.
That's right.
I don't think Ellie Salthouse raced either, but she came off the bike close to the lead, and then but Jeannie Metzler has the ability to run very fast.
Yeah.
So not great to be 2:30 behind, but not the end of the world either for Jeannie Metzler.
Spoken like a true runner, and same. I think you're spot on. So it comes down to that mentality for her. She won this race over Skye Monch and Danielle Lewis. And so no Monch this year in the race, unfortunately. She's a fun one, a Utah resident. We love having her here, but not here today. Either way, back to the race at hand. Sam Long is now in front of Maximilian Spurl from Germany. These two have gapped the field, as you see on the side there of our IRONMAN Pro Series male leaderboard. The proof is coming up here, too. When you see the young German, and he has to face Snow Canyon with the Watt machine that is Sam Long. What does he do? Because if you try to match it, and you can, is that at the expense of your run later? Or do you try and match it and you can't? And then you're sort of like, ooh.
I think you try to match it at all costs. As I mentioned earlier, Sam Long is going to run around a 112, and that's a very fast run split on this course. So I think it won't be his decision to make, honestly.
No,
I think he'll do the best he can, and if Sam, just cranks out those big watts, which he's renowned for, then Spirrell might be saying bye-bye to Sam, but he's looking really good right now. And as we mentioned earlier, he went back around Sam Long earlier, so his legs are feeling good, and I think he's feeling confident on the bike riding with Sam.
There you go, and a reference point too. Just last month, he had Spirrell had the 5th fastest bike split there in Oceanside, but 14 fastest on the run, which he will want to get away from, like Jackson Laundry and these others who could put massive time into him. Laundry running 2.5 minutes faster than Spirrell in Oceanside. So you can see that playing out again. But Rennie, I love it. The immediate answer is no, he's got to go. There's no choice. You've got to go. And I think that again in the male and female professional field, you've got to give it. You've got to go. There's no room for holding back in the halves. Nothing. Can't do it.
Can't do it, no. And one other athlete to mention, Mark Dubrick, 221. He ran just a touch quicker than both Sam and Jackson last year. So he ran in at a 112 as well, just a few seconds quicker than the other two.
That's right. Ripping along here at this rapid pace. It sounds like a whole bunch of wind flying past. Let's have a quick listen. Jackson Laundry making it happen, isn't he? And he came in here, I think what I took away, and you tell me what you saw in that interview, he's confident.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's me or Sam today. It's me or Sam.
Yeah.
And I'm going for it. I believe I would bet on me. Let's do this.
Yeah, he did seem very confident. He had a solid race in Oceanside in 3rd, but he did say he just felt like some of those early season, I didn't do this right. And 4 weeks is a good amount of time where you can go back and be like, okay, I had these little issues I need to work on, or these little weaknesses I want to work on for St. George. And it sounded like he's rolling into this race super confident. 8 times he's raced this course, so that's a lot of times racing the same course, and he still loves it. That's awesome.
That is awesome, and the experience is huge. I'll come back to this as well. When you're looking at the 70.3 World Championships being in December, okay, you're looking long season, and Oceanside, if you're 100% happy with your Oceanside, you may have trouble later. You may not, but I think for him to really, you got to call attention to that. You're in Oceanside, and something you do have to flush out those kinks. You've got to get through. You've got to have a couple struggles. It's like, ouch, season's upon you. So I don't know. That's my commentary as far as where he came from Oceanside. I can't wait to watch him on the run.
Yeah, we just had earlier the AG supplemental snacks.
I'd like a snack.
I'd like a snack. Snacks. On camera there, and that was just Jackson Laundry's last segment of the bike, rolling along around 25, 26 miles an hour. So again, a slower section of the course. But yeah, Jackson seemed super confident. I don't think he'll be super happy with 215 back. But that being said, he rode around a 205 last year, and Sam rode around a 202. So right now, he's around 2 minutes slower than Sam on course, so he won't want to lose too much more time. And this is Snow Canyon. This is the approach into Snow Canyon. They're still in their aero bars right now, but beautiful setting.
Beautiful, and this is the part that's tough, but it's not what we're talking about. When you get to the steep part, you're not just ticking along here at 23 miles an hour, aero bars rolling uphill. It becomes a different kind of battle, but so far, as you look at that beauty up ahead, and again, little dips, so you're not you recognize that canyon. It's not a straight turn up the road. They're now going quite quick down a little roller. Really, this is the difference here too. And how do you feel? Again, these guys will approach the steeper pitches out of the saddle, seated. What's your best low cadence, high cadence, whatever you can? How does that work typically for these elites?
It really depends on the athlete, and typically you try to keep around the same cadence as you always would. Sam Long giving a little hand. Spirrell, hey, how about you take a little turn here? And I think he'll want him to take a turn so that he can just attack him.
That's right. That's right.
On the hill, but Sam Long, yeah, he's happy He's like, come on, dude, you take a turn. I don't want to sit in the front. I don't think he's loving that Spiral went with him. Sam Long is kind of used to rolling by and just going. But
Well,
this is racing, right? Like he
yes.
does not. He has no. He does not have to go to the lead. He
No.
can sit back and be like, nope. Like you're the guy to beat, right? You've come in here and you've had a phenomenal start to the season, and you're the number 1 rank. So it's your race to lose, and I am under no obligation to have to take a lead. So, but Sam Long giving the young athlete a mouthful.
That's it. Well, it's funny because you saw right there the younger athlete deferring, and Sam just found himself. Only a couple years ago, Sam would have been in that position where he would have been waved through. He would have been told off, get up here. When Sam Long is now that sort of experienced dictator, he said, no, come on. And guess what? He did it. He said something as he came by. So great dynamic. I love that stuff. I'll also mention this. Rennie, you've been in front of good athletes before on the bike. You always think, even if they're not, you're always kind of thinking, no, they're in my draft. They're just there. You know,
you can't be watching them the whole time, right? Like you're sitting there, and then you don't know if they're there or not there. But then you look back and you're like, they're still there.
That's
and
right.
Like, you're getting an advantage. You're drafting off me, even if they're sitting back. And he was sitting at his 12+ meters back there. But it's kind of annoying. You're like, oh, stop, get away from me. But Spiral, I think a more seasoned athlete may have said, no, Sam, you keep going. I know what you're going to do. You're going to make me work. Doing it a little effort, right? Like you got to do that little bump in watts to get up around me. And then we're going to get to this hill and you're going to take a minute to rest. You're going to take that 25 seconds and rest your legs a little bit. And then you're going to attack me. So if I was Spiral, I would have been like, no,
nope.
I'm staying back here. I'm just going to try and hang with you on this climb. I think Sam wants to come into T2 solo.
For sure. As we come with the South African Jeannie Metzler, our defending champion, 2 minutes, 37 seconds down. And what I always like to look at when we say, hey, I'm concerned, I don't see a problem. She looks strong. There's no deflated posturing. There's no looking at the camera. There's no, which you see sometimes. You'll see this on a top athlete when they're having a rough day. I think she's having a good day. I think this is her first race in many months. And I think she's pushing out a good effort. And I think she's confident and comfortable. So I'm happy to see that. That, again, is a snapshot that I took, and now I've delivered that assessment. But I feel good about where she's at. And, yeah, so far so good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jeannie's racing, like, she hasn't raced a whole lot, and this is her first race of the season. So sometimes it's like a bit of a rude awakening when you jump back into racing. But she's been putting together some consistent training from all accounts down in Tucson with her husband, Justin. Moving from Boulder, going down, being able to be in Tucson in the warmth and not having to sort of spend every day inside on the wind trainer. But training consistently well, and so I think she is racing within herself, and she's doing the best she can to stay as close to the lead as possible. And again, she still has that run weapon up her sleeve. So she is by no means out of it. She is definitely still has some work to do when she gets off that bike. But but as I said, by no means out of it. I wouldn't count her out.
No way. And now we're back here with Sam Long up on the hoods there on the pad, sitting behind Spurl. And again, back to that cagey move that he pulled. I think it was also, I don't know it was 100% calculated. It was a little bit more of in the moment, like, get around me, stop. But also knowing, to your point, had Spurl, if he were a little bit more experienced, he might have said, I actually know what's coming. And no, thank you. I'll try and sit back here. Either way, fun dynamics and a great snapshot of what it's like to be kind of making those on-the-fly assessments and calls as we roll through this beautiful section of Snow Canyon, at the top of which we will take a hard right and begin the descent into town, which can be a space where you make up or lose time. We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder here if Sam Long is just confident in his run and like, I just want to take a little breather. And not that you're taking a breather, like he's sitting 12 meters behind, but let Spiral take the lead and set the pace for a moment. Just take that mental break. I just have to keep up with him. And, even though they're going to be pushing extra watts up this climb, there is a decent descent. It's like 10 miles. It's a fair way where they're going downhill, and yes, they're still going to be pushing big watts, but they're not going to be able to push as many watts as they were uphill. So it's almost like a bit of a reprieve as they come down into town. So it doesn't look like Sam's going to try and attack. He's just going to let Spirrell, you know, work his legs a little harder than maybe he wanted to, and come into transition and back his run.
And soon we'll get to see the new gap, if there is a new gap, from Paula Findlay over Ellie Salthouse. It was 50 seconds at 25.5, or, you know, just under halfway. We're waiting to get that 39-mile split, 39.5-mile split. When we get that split, it will be very informative as to whether or not Findlay has extended to 90 seconds, for example, if she's just on a different level today. There she is, Ellie Salthouse, the Aussie. She looks great, as we said before, not having a bad day, not doing anything wrong, just plugging along at really a great effort. She looks super aero on the bike. Everything to me looks very dialed, and we've seen her across all of her 16 Ironman 70.3 wins. We've seen her excel across 3 disciplines. It's not like she's a one-trick pony, so that's great to keep in mind for the Salthouse fans.
Yeah, absolutely. Salthouse, usually, you know, she is strong across all 3, but I think the bike is definitely her strongest. But we haven't really seen Ellie, you know, race in a field like this for a little while. So obviously since last year. So will be interesting to see what she has. You know, everyone goes away in the off season and they work on, you know, maybe there's something on the bike you want to work on, or maybe it's aerodynamics you want to work on. Maybe it's I want to put in a really big run block. I want to do big miles on the run. I want to, you know, bridge that gap to the Uber runners. So it'll be interesting to see what she has up her sleeve when we hit that run course.
You have to imagine as well that she spends a bit of time on creative race kit design ideas. That's got to be something that happens in the off season. Come up with something awesome, and it will change. We'll see her later in Topa with a little bit of a different kit, so that's always fun. But just on the stylistic aspect of our sport, so a cool shot, Rennie, where you can see the helicopter up there is going to grab our pictures from that angle. We've got some behind, and of course on the ground motos getting that close-up shot, but really well covered. And so kudos to our team that is capturing this from a tech standpoint of video. You know, just a really keen eye. So I love it, and I love this perspective from above.
Yeah, I love this perspective too. It gives a better idea of what the athletes have in store, and you know the how long the climb is, and just the beautiful backdrop of, you know, the red rocks and sort of the desert landscape out there in
Yeah,
St. George.
That's right. So Paula Findlay on camera now. She's rolled through 39.5 miles, and we're expecting to see that stopwatch has started. But without listening to what we think Paula's got going on, we're going to hear what she had to say earlier this week. Paula Findlay.
I think it'll be a tough field. It plays to my strength because I really like hilly bike courses and hilly run courses. I think it's not necessarily like a speed run course. It's like a strength run course. I run a lot of hills back in Bend where I live. The golf course actually has a lot of grassy sections, so it's a little bit cross-country-ish, and I just honestly have such good memories here that I think throughout the course on Saturday I'll have flashbacks to when I raced so well here in 2022 and try to like use that to fuel me and motivate me to push as hard as I can. And my strength is the bike, so I think my game plan is just to go as hard as I can on that and try to hold any lead I can build for the run. You know, I just walked past the sign that they make from every year's winner, and 2018 was the first year that I won this race, and that was a huge breakthrough for me in terms of just coming out of a lot of years of injury and kind of just starting my 70.3 career and showing myself that I can be good at this distance. So to come 6 years later and still be here and contending for the win again is really special to me. St. George means a lot. I really put this on my calendar every year that I can, just because I love racing here so much. So winning any race is special, but winning here would mean that extra bit.
It means an extra bit for her to come in here and win. She won, as she said, in 2018. She came back and got second in 2019, and then she came in 2021 with a 4th place, which was notable. And then just kind of calling through all of the times that she's performed well here. Just incredible show, and I think it's great that it means so much to her. So 70.3 California, she was 3rd, I think, on a good start to the season, decent in Miami, and of course winning in Los Cabos. So Paula Findlay, I think she's well positioned. I expect to see her deliver on what she said, kind of performing on a course that's special to her, a venue that is near to her heart. So kind of fun stuff. And it's also, for me, when I look at Paula Finlay and I look at how smooth she is here rolling up on the back of 3 professional men, she's also very high integrity athlete. She's going to come in and recognize that there's, this is something where now the race ranger helps us, but you get in there and you get in the mix, you get too close. A lot of athletes in the day will kind of tuck in with those men and get dragged along. In this case, 0 chance. Matt, now, Rennie, you are watching the man, the 28-year-old Sam Long, the veteran, so to speak here, the experienced American athlete rolling past the German Spurl and having some words. It was anyone's guess what he said. Perhaps it was a, hey, good work, thanks for the pull. It could be anything other than, hey, let's run away from these other guys. Let's ride away from Laundry, keep the pressure on, anything like that. But a couple quick words from Long to Spurl as we're in the meat of the Snow Canyon climb.
Yeah, and Sam Long, as we mentioned, coming around, taking his turn. I don't know if he's trying to drop Spurl or just like, okay, let's keep, I'm feeling good. Let's bring the pace up and continue to put some more time into the chases. Sam Long just looking super strong as he always is. Again, this is his 5th race this year, so definitely rolling along well already in his season. But yeah, looking super strong. Rolling that disc up and out of the saddle now. That's sort of, it's hard to see the angle from the camera, but on course, that when you see the athletes get out of the saddle like that, that means that it is a decent incline that they're riding on. Spurl choosing to sit in the saddle and spinning along, but sitting back behind Sam Long now.
It's good to correct myself, and when someone comes into my ear and says, by the way, Spurl is actually 30 and Long is 28. Good mention. I always correct myself. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa. Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Back here at the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship, St. George, Utah. This is our course where we are watching these athletes battle it out. I sort of say it's early season, Rennie, but gosh, we've already got a bunch of races on our belt. What are you seeing? Share it with us.
Just real quick, now we're getting some time splits. Ellie's moved down to 207 back.
Yeah.
Danielle Lewis in at 422 with Jackie Herring and Jeannie Metzler. And speaking of Jeannie Metzler, we're going to listen to an A fighting chance with Justin and Jeannie. Justin, her husband, of course.
Hey guys, hi. Hello. St. George.
We're back.
Good morning.
It's good to be back. Feels like second home, actually.
Yeah. This is like one of our many, I'd say we have like 4 homes that all feel like home. I think you kind of picked that up after 10 years of doing this, but Jeannie and I are reminiscing that when was the first time we were here? 2015?
Yeah. That's a long time ago. Oh no, I'm getting old.
Overnight we became the old guys.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Yeah. But we've had good memories here. I like this course. I love hitting courses, so it's always good to come back to a course that you are familiar with and like. So here we are.
You've been in Tucson
Yes.
for the past 4 months. How has that training been?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great decision to kind of leave Colorado this winter. We kind of looked at each other and we were like, we need something different. I said to Justin, I don't mind where I go. I just want to be warm. And so, yeah, Arizona's treated us really well and we've loved it out there. We spent some time in Scottsdale and then Oro Valley. And yeah, it's been great. We've linked up with other pros and been in the sunshine. Millie loved it. We were able to just be outside as much as possible, and I think that really set us up for a good season.
St. George is still a very early race in the season, but a lot of athletes have been racking up the points with the new Pro Series for Ironman. Have you guys had any FOMO not racing, or has this been the plan, coming in St. George as the first race of the year?
Yeah, I think on the one hand, you like have a bit of FOMO and you're like, oh, I wish I was at that race, or like I kind of get anxious to get started, but this has been the plan all along, and so I've tried to stay patient and just, I think for me, I had to really put in the work. I know that's necessary, and try to be a bit more patient, as I know this year is going to be a longer year with Worlds only in December, so I've just tried to stick to the plan, and yeah, it's been good though. I feel like I've put in the work that I feel that is required. So yeah.
What are your thoughts on the new Pro Series?
Yeah, I mean it's amazing. Like, I'm really stoked on it. It wasn't really originally in my overall plan, but to be fair, I haven't really had a plan until now. So I raced Ironman New Zealand in March, and I came 10th, which wasn't really what I was hoping for, and so that allowed me to kind of take a step back. I've been just battling injuries for like the last 2 years, which has been kind of a pain, but after New Zealand I think I was able to make some pretty good progress on that stuff, and so I've had pretty much the best like 4 weeks of training I've had in a really long time. I'm looking forward to potentially throwing my hat in the ring for getting some points this weekend and hopefully stepping it up to some Ironmans here soon. I wonder what's going to happen with the series. Like, is there going to be anyone, male or female, who can just knock out like 5 banging 70.3s and put themselves up there?
With 70.3s
Yeah, just
only?
5 70.3s
that would be
only.
interesting.
Like, don't even touch an Ironman. Like, just go for it and if you can knock out like 5 of them.
This one right here.
I just want to have a good time, push myself, and not have my body totally crap out on me. And I'm putting my training to the test. A new approach, different approach. Yeah, I just want to put myself in it and put myself amongst it. Deep down, like, I really do want to put myself with a shot at the Pro Series. Yeah, this is going to put all of my previous injuries to the test, and I'm feeling strong. And yeah, just trying to keep the vibes good and keep it mellow. Have a good time.
And there you have it, Team Metzler of Fighting Chance. So great to look behind the scenes and get that interaction with those guys as we come right back on the road here with Paula Finlay getting passed quickly by a male. But here's what we want to take a close look at. Our Canadian superstar off on the side of the road. I see him, yes, I think you're right, Rennie. I think his chain dropped.
Yep.
He jumped down and popped it back on, but he's obviously having a little bit of a snafu with regard to the rear derailleur, perhaps, and he's getting that thing back on online. So definitely not a flat tire or something. He just had to get that chain worked out. Guess what? He didn't pull a Costas where he was able to get that thing up on while rolling forward.
Yeah, and that valuable seconds there. That was probably a solid 30-second loss in time for Jackson Laundry, time that he, I'm sure, does not want to lose. But yeah, unfortunately, it looked like a chain drop, but it looked a little more complicated than that, because chain drop, you know, it's a quick put back on. And we saw Anthony Costas do it while he was rolling along, which was super impressive. And again, do not recommend doing that if you have not got the experience and confidence to do that, because you could lose a finger quite easily.
You could lose something, and it could be a lot worse, but for sure. So again, a testament to how much time these guys spend on the bike, because when you're on the bike every day for hours and hours, and it realistically is, I mean, you could be on this bike as a pro athlete 25, 30 hours for some of your training weeks. That's a lot of time on the bike. Let's just say those would be big weeks probably, but you know, I mean.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I never rode that. Probably could have Maybe that would have made that
would have given you that fourth championship.
That's what it takes, Mike.
Don't
Damn
ask
it.
me.
Now you tell me.
Don't ask me.
25, 30 hours a week. A lot of the athletes are more like 15 hours on the bike. Consistently. But yeah, some big weeks thrown in there, and you just get so used to it's like sitting on a lounge chair. I remember you told me that one day. No, my saddle feels like a lounge chair.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, mine doesn't feel like a lounge chair, so maybe I need more time in the saddle. But
you wonder why I'm sitting on a bike seat right now. It is just due to that pure comfort. So stay with us, folks. We'll be right back as we watch these athletes tackle Snow Canyon. Stay with us.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews.
High-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1.
There you go. And again, these beautiful overhead pictures of Snow Canyon, watching the men and women make quick work of it. It is a tough sort of defining feature of this race, of this bike course here. It is not everything. It is something that you have to manage well, and I think we always want to focus on that. No race course can be just dialed down or sort of over-dramatized by a section. We're with Paula Findlay, our leader, with a massive lead. I mean, I'll say that, relatively speaking, for these women, 2:07 at 39.5 miles. That's a huge lead, Rennie, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's a solid lead for Paula. She'll be, I think, quite pleasantly surprised when she hops off the bike and has that sort of gap. But that trio, Lewis, Herring, and Metzler, can run. Those three ladies are very fast runners. So this podium is definitely still up in the air, and it's going to be an interesting start to the run to see like sort of who has the legs, who doesn't. But yeah, Danielle Lewis obviously coming off Ironman Texas last weekend, feeling good because she is rolling through this field. She did swim a little slower than Jackie and Jeannie Metzler, but she is rolling through, and now the lead of that trio.
Yes, and now we are on that descent, that gradual highway approach into St. George, into the town, and Sam Long is
motoring.
Motoring, and so here's what you can kind of assume. You're watching him. He's keeping pace with the cars that are on that outside lane. He's going to bomb it in there, and you could see sort of these signs indicating that it's almost time. You called it reprieve, so you can kind of let up. Isn't that right? With your power.
Yeah. So it's not that they want to let up with their power. It's just that you kind of run out of gears. So you'll see Sam Long, he would have made sure he packed his big ring for that 10-mile descent, because you can lose time if you're spinning out too much. But, you know, there's only so many gears on the bike, and he will, you know, be spinning at a super high cadence, well over 90 in that biggest gear as he descends down into the town center. But the watts will come down. So while, you know, the cadence is up, the watts will come down after, you know, so there is a little bit of a reprieve, but it's not that they want to have a reprieve. It's just Yeah, and you see him just kind of coasting here. He's run out of gears, so he would have to be, what, over 120 cadence right now to keep up with the speed that he's carrying. So just sort of getting as aero as possible, taking a minute to rest those legs a little bit. But, yeah, he's still forging forward and trying to get down to the town center as quickly as possible. And you see that cadence way up there. And you see that chain moved all the way over to the littlest cog on the back and that big front ring. Definitely using all his gears, and in this course you use every single gear on that bike with the hills and the descents.
There you go, and what we're not seeing is company. It could be that Spurl is further back. It could be that Sam Long just has the art, because I also think what you said, figure out when to coast, figure out when to push, figure out when to hold that high cadence, because ultimately there is also an art to downhill, fast, ultra quick riding where we can't all do it. So the same way someone can excel going up a hill, others can really maximize and take advantage of that. But right now what I'm seeing is Sam Long coming into town, about to wrap up this full gas bike course, and he is going to come into town. Don't quote me on this, but I think he's going to say Buenos Dias, St. George. Let's start running here and see if he can turn out a 1:12 or better run split today. Sam Long, really impressive on the screen.
Yeah, really impressive. And this is, just the very last you can see on all the cones on the other side. I believe that's the start of the run as well. So, yes, that's the start of the run. You see those aid stations. They're set up for the run course. So the athletes will run straight back up here out of T2, sorry. But very interested to see if Sam Long is able to go even faster than he did last year on the bike.
It's going to be a question, because how fun would that be? Again, push that mark down. But it's also, look at these athletes. I mean, I remember seeing just all these notables. We saw Alistair Brownlee race here. We've seen Frodeno, Kienle, the works, but Kienle still holds that record back in 18. He set it 2:01:14. Yes, the historians will all tell us, hey, the course was a little bit different. Correct. We've had multiple iterations here, but either way, when you're talking course records, you can still say my name goes on the board. I get to have the number. So will we see Sam Long come under that 2:01:14? Hey, we'll know pretty soon.
Yeah, we definitely will. It's coming up to the end of the bike right now. He's just going to make a little turn down here into the town center and rack his bike. But yes, the final stages of this run come around this roundabout.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And so once you transition here into town, Rennie, it is going to be what we all know as the favorite part of the race, the run. It will be 2 laps of the Hoka run course. He's already undoing the boas, getting the shoes loosened up. He's got the calf sleeves on, which is something you can legally swim with, right? Compression over the calves, nothing on the feet. So he likes that. He feels that is his jam. Coming in here, he'll put the feet on top of the shoes. Of course, those of you that race the sport have done this before are well aware of what's about to happen, but anyone that's tuning in, getting to know this sport and start to figure out how you do Ironman and Ironman 70.3, well, guess what? If you can get those shoes and kind of begin the transition as you're still moving forward on the bike, it's a good time savings. So Sam Long about to show you how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get those feet out of the shoes and place them on top of those shoes, and it just makes for a faster transition. Then you're not having to run through transition with those bike cleats on, which is always a little nutty when you're trying to run through transition, slipping around with your cleats. And he will hop off right before this line, the dismount line.
There you go.
Stop his Garmin, very important.
That's right. You got to have those stats and track them and of course, measure and compare. But first steps, I always love when Didi calls this the judgment zone. We get to see mostly in an Ironman, but here at the halves as well, you get to check out how they look, how they appear. Are they crunched up? Are they tight? Or are they feeling pretty good?
I see this bike split.
I can't wait to see my word.
The Wahoo Element Bolt 1:59.57. That is unbelievable. That's faster than what Sebi went. So that's a new course record there. Sam Long put down. No wonder there's some time being put into the men behind. That's phenomenal.
No wonder Spurl is not with him. So no wonder he waved Spurl through. He said, you know what, go ahead, because something good's about to happen. Now, no socks, straight into the race shoes. Sam Long is also, he is not waiting around. He is basically saying, yeah, I think I know what Jackson said in his interview. He thinks he's going to beat me. Today, it is all Sam Long all day long. Out of transition already, Rennie. And total, he's 2 hours, 27 minutes into this race course, and he's already 50 meters into the Hoka run. Oh my word. This is cool too, because guess what? Often our best performances come when somebody is on your shoulder, right? In this case, he hasn't had that much shoulder to shoulder, side by side company. This man is going for it. And again, statements will be made today.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I remember when, you know, a flat course would yield maybe an under, you know, anyone riding under 2 hours for, you know, the 56 miles and 90 kilometers were just, you know, the Uber biker. But to make a course like this look that easy, that's incredible. I'm pretty shocked that he broke the 2 hour barrel, but I mean, I shouldn't be shocked. Sam just is going from strength to strength. He's sort of coming into his own and just lighting up the fields all over the world. So awesome to see the young, well, not so young American anymore, but he's still young. I mean, young for us.
Yeah, you know, he's half my age. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We look at this, and I saw this from his competitors. I've heard it quoted in pre-race interviews. Sam Long is the best on solid ground, and so that doesn't mean he's the best. I mean, he's not going to win every race. It's not. It doesn't. It just means that if he's the best on solid ground, that you have the potential to see a 1:59.57 bike followed by a 1:12. Hey, what if he goes under 1:12? Then you're saying he's delivering an ultra good performance with no one really pressuring him. So great stuff.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And he was able to put in about 40 seconds on Spiral. I know 50. Well, no, I think it was about 41 seconds coming into T1.
Okay.
It looks like that's probably exiting T1. It was 50, so a really quick transition. Spiral losing another 10 seconds in transition there, but that was at just that, you know, that last section of Snow Canyon and the descent. So again, just how important, you know, being able to ride fast downhills, be all the technical aspects, quick transitions, that, you know, all that time does add up. And Sam Long now out on course by himself. Obviously Spiral now 50 seconds back, but Sam Long looking really great.
As we come back to Paula Finley chasing some of these back of the pack professional men down the hill into St. George, I want to reference as well the less likely chance Sam has to take home a course record on the run, because the GOAT, the GOAT, Jan Frodeno holds that record at 1:09.12. So 1:09, unlikely to hit that. Also remember, that was in 2014, Rennie, when they had to go up and do the hill twice each lap. So actually real similar, but a little bit, they had that other Pioneer Park, I believe, was the climb they had to do. So extra climbing. Back into T2, and we're watching the chase pack make quick work of the transition.
Yeah, we have Mana there going through, and also the other
21. We've got the Kinet. So Kinet coming to you from South Africa, and so making a quick change here. You saw him pull his socks up, but Nick Kinet coming off and getting out there onto the Hoka run course.
And
2 laps.
Anthony Costas as well in transition with him. So both of those men just transitioning now. Sam Long's about half a mile up the road.
And this guy, you just have to say that he loves to work. Breathing hard early on. No competition. Let's just tune in and see what it feels like to be Sam Long on the road.
That lead motorbike, I can tell you it's a sweet sound. To be able to hear that, the lead moto, it's not so sweet if they're you're breathing in the fumes, but these days a lot of the motos don't have those gas fumes in your face. But regardless, a really wonderful place to be in.
I mean, who doesn't love being in the lead? You're a racer, you want to race, okay? And the other thing that is universally known across the globe, everybody loves a leader. So if you're spectating this race, if you're the lead bike behind the runner, anyone just loves it. It doesn't mean that's who you're rooting for. It just means you love to see a front runner. There's extra energy. You can't hold it back. The energy goes to a front runner. Now, here we are, something
Mark
interesting.
Dubrick?
Jumping under with Dubrick kind of on the wrong side of the transition rack and jumping under and sitting down. It always tells me when athletes sit down that there's, it may be part of the general plan, but it tells me maybe some cramping, something that we have to watch out for on the legs. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it depends on the athlete. I think the younger athletes are just more flexible. I remember later in my career, I'm like, I'm just going to take a seat. I'm just going to take a seat. This is too hard. But Dubrick, it looked like he had maybe a slight little cramp in his quad. He didn't want to bend his knee too much to put those shoes on. But Dubrick, again, very fast runner and won St. Anthony's last weekend in Florida. But today he is looking to be around 5:20 down from Sam Long, which is a long way.
Yeah.
But, you know, the third place position around 3:30, so only 2 minutes off the podium.
That's right. And here we have, again, those Morton transition times. Sam Long, 1:02. Nick Cadet, 1:09. And Maximilian Spurl, 1:12. Top three for the men. And always a fun stat for me. Always something that's kind of the race within the race. It doesn't get you anything other than advancement in the overall, but it's a cool stat. I love that stat.
Yeah, great stat. And you saw Sam Long, no socks.
No socks.
That always makes for a quicker transition than if you struggle with your socks with wet feet. It always takes a little bit extra time to get those socks on, but the athletes do make it look easy. But Sam Long, forgoing socks, he'll take a blister or two for a win.
Well, you mentioned him earlier off camera, and I'm going to call out a name of the past. Richie Cunningham, Australian superstar at the Ironman 70.3 distance and below. He was the guy who I think shed the wisdom that I absorbed that was like, look, figure out where your blisters are going to form, pack your shoes with Vaseline, and go sockless, because you will have the, if nothing else, you'll have the ability to leave someone that's with you or catch someone that's left you. And this was my paraphrasing, but it was such a insightful bit from a guy at the time that had beaten some of the best in the business. He was wildly consistent at the distance, and he just always said, no, socks, absolutely not. You just have to be prepared. Maybe if there's rubbing, it was, I thought, a cool bit of insight there for folks. And, you know, it's controversial, the sock, no sock world, but I always give that nod to Richie, who had that bit of advice.
Yeah, and I think any athlete coming up from sort of short course, you don't wear socks.
Yeah.
So in Olympic distance, so, I certainly never wore socks in the half either, but once you turn up to the Ironman,
Yes.
you're like, yeah, it's a longer time in shoes. And if that blister comes up, you don't want to have to be dealing with that through, a whole marathon. So, yeah, definitely a personal preference situation. But again, to your point, definitely saving, 5-10 seconds and every second matters. So it counts, right? Transition is part of the race.
And I think it all, yes, absolutely. And guess what? Not on the Ironman. You know what? There's maybe just nothing gained there as much as, but to me, what we'll kind of reference here is the out of sight, out of mind, is the contact. So in this race, Finlay has 2 minutes plus on Salthouse. Sam Long has, 50 seconds plus on second place. So it's not as tight, but in a tight situation, we have 2, 3, 4, 5 guys or gals coming off the bike together. It really can be a defining point where you get in a way. I'll leave it at that as we come back to the wonderful shot here that we have behind Paula Finlay rolling into St. George as she gets the chance to say that same buenos dias. No, but Paula, she's coming in and she's going to roll in first, jump off the bike, transition to the Hoka run course, and I think it's going to be awesome for her to come in here where she won her first 70.3, her really crowning moment transitioning to longer course, and now she's back, I think, realistically with a win positioned in front of her to grab.
Yeah, absolutely. Paula Finlay just having a phenomenal bike ride, and we'll see what sort of pace she was able to hold for the whole bike shortly, whether it's just a record-setting day or whether Sam was just phenomenal today. I think probably maybe both of those things are true, but
Yeah.
back with the men's leader here, Sam Long. And again, this first mile or two is uphill. So, you know, I mean, as I say that, he comes on a slight downhill, but coming off the bike, you're just, you know, facing that 1 or 2% grade. It doesn't feel good, but Sam knows what goes up must come down. So that means that when he comes back down, he'll have a nice 2 mile, you know, descent into transition, make that turn and go back out. So Sam Long looking really good here. We'll look for a split from him to Spirrell. For the second place guy, it was at 59 seconds. Now it's out to 121. So Sam sort of running away from Spirrell, but, you know, we have some runners back in that 4 minute plus behind. I don't think that Sam's in any danger at all today.
I don't think so either. Even if you put down 108, he's going to be able to hold that off. So Sam Long looking good. Let's find out at the remainder of this Hoka Run course. We'll see more. Stay with us. We'll be back in a sec.
Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
And here we are in beautiful St. George, the Dixie of the South. The locals call it a wonderful little town, a wonderful spot to host not only the Ironman 70.3, but any type of endurance event. It is, they call it the land of endurance. It's beautiful. It's set up well for it. Laundry mentioned it pretty well. You can expect the same weather. Except that one year where there was a pretty epic storm. And so either way, it's a great, great spot. The community really just has embraced and grabbed Ironman and said, please stay. We love you. That's fun. They know the sport. They love the sport. As we come to our South African third place, Nick Kinnett. He looks great, rolling through. And you know, you got to call it out. He's wearing 2 different color shoes. I like that. I like that.
He is. I never even noticed that. But yes, 2 different colored shoes there for Kinnett. But yeah, running in third position now at 3:44 down, and he's still on that sort of slight uphill section. But he'll get a reprieve, some undulations, and then come back around through the golf course and back down. But yeah, I mean I think that what we'll be interested to see is where Dubrick is behind, because he's really the runner, and Jackson Laundry. And we just got word that Jackson, his shifter, so we believe maybe his front derailleur maybe fell off.
Shifter, maybe something fell, some part of his shifter failed, right, Rennie?
Yeah, so it sounds like his shifter, either his front derailleur fell off, but it looked like he was fiddling around with his, around his chain, or I mean, the rear derailleur. He said he couldn't change gears, but he came into transition sort of, where am I? Who, how far ahead is, the lead? Where's the podium? So he was running into transition with a lot of urgency, trying to figure out like who was where and, what sort of time he needed to make up. But now we have at, early in the run course, we have that top. It looks like Mark Dubrick's at around 5:39 down, but they're all kind of evenly spaced after Sam and Spiral. There's sort of moderate gaps down to 10th place, so definitely a lot of movement will happen through there. And the podium, outside of Sam Long, is definitely not set in stone yet. There's going to be some shake-up as we run through this run course. But now back with Paula, she is just about to come down into town center. She's got, see that high cadence. She's on the descent. She's in a bigger skier, just starting to ready herself for T1. Yeah. So her mind now will be cast to, okay, I've got the bike done. I've done well there. Spin my legs. Let's hope that when I hit the ground, and it's not just the judgment zone for us, it's a judgment zone for the athletes too. Like that first few steps very rarely feel good, but you can sort of almost tell how the run's going to go as you run through transition. Good. And sometimes you're like slightly mistaken, like, I feel terrible, and then like a mile later, actually I feel fine. But for the most part, you can have a good idea of how the run's going to feel, not necessarily how you're going to perform, but how it's going. Am I going to have to really work for it today? And is it going to come? Is it going to come to me today more easily? So yeah, definitely a judgment zone for both us as spectators and the athlete as they take those first steps off the bike.
Great point. I love that, and I think that it's very cool to hear what you said there, and for viewers to hear it again. You may feel bad, and that doesn't mean a bad split. You may feel rough. That just means it's going to be harder work. It can still be a great run. So awesome insight as we come back with the Canadian Paula Finlay rocking through the closing stages of this full gas bike course. 90 kilometers about to be done and dusted for her. She'll take off on the same 2-lap run course that we've been watching these men in the early miles of. So you said it, I think, really well too, Rennie, earlier. She's got a great run, to her credit. We had that awesome battle a couple years ago where she and Flora were out there duking it out, right? And we expect to see her deliver an awesome run, not sitting on the laurels of 2+, maybe 3 minutes in front of someone. She's going to get after it, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, that was a great photo. She actually posted that photo where Flora's in the front, Paul is like right on her shoulder, and I can't remember the third athlete, but it was a really great picture of just some of the best women in our sport. And she posted and said, whenever I'm feeling like a little down, I look at this and say, wow, I'm like, I'm one of, amongst the best in the world. And obviously Flora Duffy, the Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo, trying to go back to Paris. She's had a few injury battles and raced a couple of, 70.3 distances in the past years, but hoping to see her race well in Paris this year. But,
yes. Yeah, well, exactly. And yeah, so good to see Flora back in the running. And wow. Anyway, thinking about that, yes, it was a cool shot, and it's sort of a testament to how she said, my strength is the bike, but she's not. She's good. She's actually excellent at all three. She could swim with the best. She could bike with the best. She could run with the best. So I don't know how she would ever doubt herself, but I do know we all go kind of through ups and downs. So great stuff.
Yeah, I think any athletes, even the best in our sport, have those days where they're like, "Am I really that good? Like that session really wasn't great." And you have like rough patches in training, and but Paula Finlay, just a super down to earth athlete, so respectful to all of her competitors, and yeah, I mean she's just a phenomenal talent herself, and we're seeing some of that on display today, but. She's coming in. This is her third race of the year. She raced in Miami early in the season and then over to Oceanside and finished third there. And then now looking really great here in St. George, leading off this bike with a nice little cushion to second place, and then, a even better cushion to the runners, so to speak, of the field in Jackie Herring and Danielle Lewis and Jeannie Metzler, I should say. Ellie Salthouse, of course, that athlete that's around 2 minutes back. I suspect that time will have grown a little bit. That last split was, of course, back at around 40-mile mark, so a while back. But images of Paula Finlay. She has her feet on her shoes, and she's going to stop right before this dismount line and into the judgment zone.
You know what's killing me is that some part of my brain is still left on me trying to remember if that was Emma Pallant Brown that was in that group, but she came through. I think it was, because I want to see that too, because in my brain, and I usually kind of call this up, but that epic shot, epic battle between Finlay Duffy and please text us, email us, let us know, or we'll keep digging to find out if it was Pallant Brown. But either way, Paula Finlay.
Lucy. Yeah, I pulled it up for Michael to look at. It was Lucy Charles Barkley.
Okay.
So yeah, some of the best women in our sport, and she just.
And Nib took that, right? That was when Nib. Yeah, so Taylor Nib was already up front, and that was the difference, is they were battling for second, third, and fourth. Well done, and then Pallant Brown came at the end.
What's your strategy on the run?
Is this for the video?
Yeah, what's your strategy on the run?
I don't know, just hold myself together. What's my gap?
You've got about 3 minutes. How are your legs feeling?
Fine.
So, let's just see if she has anything else to say, but really cool to have a little brief interview from Paula down there in T2. It's funny.
She said worst transition
Well, where do I go?
Worst transition ever.
I agree. I agree.
She has some time up her sleeve, so that's okay.
We'll allow that, Paula. That was awesome.
That was so cool to get some insight, and it's funny. She's like, "Is this for the video?"
That's the part I love.
Do I filter this? How do I need to filter? Like, who's going to be hearing what I'm saying right now? But yeah, how do your legs feel? Fine.
Well, because in the end, when you talk, this is so funny, because the cameraman, we're always going to love hearing something and talking, and athletes will often give you something, and then it's like, okay, this is not licensed to continue the conversation. Yeah. I'm done here. We've got to focus. A 2:16 bike split brought to you by the Wahoo Element.
Wow.
That is incredible. Not at our course record, I don't think, Rennie, but really close.
Daniela Riff, of course, that course record back in 2021, 2:14.11, but 2 minutes off the goat, the female goat.
The female goat who took out the win that year, and that was a world championship. So, right. It was a good ride here today, a great ride even, and Paula is out on the run. It's funny when she said worst transition ever, because I remember thinking, well, she's having a little struggle here, but right, you can afford to, because you've got 3 minutes plus. You're going to be half a mile down the road by the time the next woman comes into T2. So
and she'll get to see as well. I mean, she asked for a split. Obviously all the athletes, as they come into transition, especially when you're leading, it's hard to get any splits. Generally, the athletes behind get the splits, obviously, because the leader comes by, a stationary person. That stationary person then starts the clock and then is able to give accurate splits. But then it's a while before that leader gets to find out what was the split from back there. And, it's an old split by the time they find out. And this is Ellie Salthouse now coming into T2, screaming down that hill. But Paula will see her, because they'll sort of cross paths, and Paula will get a look at her. Again, you can't get a split when you're running and she's cycling, but she was able to hear that around 3 minutes, and we will see the exact split, 4:05 at the last time split, which was around 55 miles. So, yeah, that's a big gap, and Paula will, be able to judge that as well as she's running out. She's like, I've been running for 3 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever as she passes Ellie. So that will give her a nice little, okay, I can take a breath. I don't need to be full on gas right now. I can get into my rhythm and just get, pace a nice 21-kilometer, 13-mile run.
And speaking of gas pedal down, Sam Long, with also a nice lead, is fully mouth open, breathing hard, pushing with a great rhythm, running away from this man on camera here as well. This is Kenneth. He's killing it. I mean, he's just after it. Both these guys. Good work to the South African on camera now, and good credit to him rolling very smoothly over that stinger there. That's a nice little uphill. But coming back to just off of Paula, where you say you could have a breather, totally true. And then you look at Sam Long, when he was at his last split, a minute 20, he is still ripping into that with everything he's got. As we come back, I believe that was Jeannie. Was that Jeannie?
It looked like Jackie Herring,
okay,
Danielle
thank you.
Lewis,
Couldn't
and
have been.
Jeannie. Yeah, so that's that group. And they've made inroads on Ellie Salthouse now. So Ellie's sort of slowing in that latter stage, and Ellie in the judgment zone, not looking super great. Jogging a little tenderly through there, but she'll be looking to make a quick transition as well and get out onto the Hoka run course.
Let's pop in here.
Yep.
What's your strategy on the run?
Looks like Ellie not super interested in doing an interview right now.
And fair enough. This is one of those things where it's very difficult. And again, we talked about the kilojoules, the energy, the output. You've got to be very protective of that, especially in a situation right here. Well, Ellie is in a dogfight because she's 4 minutes back of the lead. She doesn't know, but she knows that there's a chase pack coming behind the hungry wolves, and so she's got to protect that. And I don't blame her for not saying anything. And so protect the energy, maybe get the attitude right, focus on the energy, and believe you can still get something done.
It's almost dangerous to put that mic in an athlete's face right in that moment, because there could be some colorful language shared. And the filter is not, when you're in pain like that and you're like just suffering, the filter is not always on it. And you saw Paula, she was cool, calm, and collected, and she had enough, you know, poise to say, okay, who's going to hear this first before I respond?
Right.
Do you want me to tell you the unfiltered or the filtered version?
That's right. It's just for the video. She's like, I am Danielle Lewis. Here's Danielle Lewis, number 5. Let's see if she's got something to say. A quick transition, really getting after it, Rennie.
Yeah, really quick transition. We missed what she said there, but that's Danielle Lewis running out now. We have Kate Curran. We have Jackie Herring. I believe Jeannie Metzler was with those women too. She might have had, oh no, here's Jeannie right there. She's getting her hat on. So that is a fast little group. And Ellie just up the road from them. So Ellie only, what, a minute 8, a minute 7 ahead of Danielle Lewis into T2. So Ellie's going to have to run very well to stay on that podium, because Metzler, Lewis, and Herring all can roll.
That's right. Yeah, well said. Herring, Metzler, Curran coming after, and Danielle Lewis coming after Salthouse, with Finlay holding a nice cushion. Ellie looks great, and we've seen her in some pretty awesome battles where you kind of see her lead precariously held, but she maintains it. So a lot of history, 16 Ironman 70.3 wins, more on record than anyone racing today. So don't discount it as we get that great shot there. Lewis, Curran, Herring, Metzler, those 4 women, that's the order you've got. Keep in mind here that it's a super long lens, and we're going to see, I mean, Lewis out. She's like, I'm not coming out of the tee with you guys. I want to be on the road. So that was cool.
Yeah, really cool to see that, you know, and those women. I think there'll be a lot of shifting around in placings as we, you know, these opening few miles will be really telling. But Danielle Lewis looking really great, coming off Ironman Texas, of course, last weekend, as we mentioned. But we are with race leader Paula Finlay in St. George. We're going to go off to a little break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Lines. Our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship, St. George, is brought to you by Hoka, Fly, Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. And we are back with race leader Paula Finlay. We just saw some images of her passing Sam Long. He was heading back down this little hill. I mean, is it an incline? It is a hill. But he was heading down. He was looking super fast. So Paula gave him a little wave. And awesome to see the lead bike riding right behind Paula there. She was enjoying the crowd support as well as they went through a couple of aid stations and a lot of cheers for Paula Findlay.
Well, it's tough. It's a false flat. It's an incline that at pace is really hard. You go out there and jog it. It doesn't feel like anything relating to a hill. But here, it's tough. And we have to reference, wow, the top 3 fastest transition times here. Morton is telling us that Curran did 123, Lewis 126, and Metzler 131. I just have to say the cheeky comment. Imagine if Jeannie had put her hat on while she was running, because she easily lost 3 seconds getting the hat on standing still.
Yeah, I mean, you want to, and you saw Paula. I mean, Paula did not have a fastest transition by her own admission, but you did see her have a little bag as she was carrying out, and she was sort of in that bag. She would have had some nutrition. She was putting the nutrition in her pocket, her watch, putting her watch on, and her hat and her glasses as she was running. So these are all just little ways you can make up time or save time, I should say, in transition by not standing there, stagnant, putting all of those things on. And I think we're gonna run down to Matt, who's on course and got some more little nuggets for us. Matt.
Okay, we are here with Ellie Salthouse running in second place, running very, very well. Looks to be about 4 minutes behind Paula Findlay, and she's got a group behind her about a minute back. I can't tell you how well and comfortable she looks. It does look like she's breathing through her nose, very, very smooth. And she's on that chase, on this gradual little uphill coming out of transition. A great place for a strong runner like Ellie to really put that effort in. But Paula's not going to be easy to pull back. But we might not have seen, you guys might not have been able to see that chase group at the end, the women behind. Actually, Jackie Herring had a pretty big gap coming out of Snow Canyon. And it was a large gap that Danielle Lewis and those other 2 women had to pull back. It kind of, there was some elastic going back and forth, but they were able kind of all to come together, and it really just at the very end coming into transition. So Jackie Herring put a pretty big gap on, so a lot of effort coming in. So if we see some run pace changes early, it could be from some really hard riding the last 5 miles out of that group. But woman on screen right now, Ellie Salthouse, getting everything she needs through this through this aid station. And again, it looks very calm, very composed, and her effort level, she's got a lot more to give. She's not anywhere close to kind of the limit there, but the women behind and in front of her are certainly going to make her continue to push that pace.
Thanks, Little Nugget. We appreciate your time out on course, as always, bringing us that great insight and front row seat. Now here to Paula Findlay on one of those of many downhills. Here's what I think is one of the challenging elements of this particular run course, Rennie, is that there's not a lot of rhythm sections, right? If you find a rhythm, boom, it changes. You got to turn left. Boom, up, down, this surface, that surface, asphalt, grass, concrete. It really keeps you on your literal and figurative toes. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I think if you're feeling good, it's fine. Like you find your rhythm really quick. But if you're not feeling good and you're like, okay, finally I'm finding my rhythm, and it just gets chopped up. And so that's when it turns into a really tough run. But Paula Findlay looking really great here. And again, she is able to sort of just run her own pace, sort of kind of settle in. She has a nice cushion. She'll know that now. For sure, she will have been getting splits out there. So she's, just out there running away with it, literally.
Quite literally, and I think that it's got to feel good to come in here, and this will be, again, a race that's important to her. 6 years ago, she won it for the first time, and she's on pace to win it again. Stay with us. We'll see more of this wonderful race here in just a few seconds.
12 years for 4,383 sunrises across millions of mornings. We've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition. A science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
As we come back here onto that hot asphalt, we are looking at the American, 28 years young, Sam Long. He appears to me to just be leaning into this pace, running as hard as you would expect if he were losing, if he were chasing, if he were on shoulder-to-shoulder battle, anything, he's just really giving it. And there's Laura, there's Leo. What a great moment where she gives not only a split, but he gets that extra family love. You know how far that goes. Sam Long just really pushing the pace here in St. George.
Yeah, really awesome to see his little family down there supporting him. And yeah, that, not that he needs a boost.
No, he doesn't.
He definitely does not need a boost, but he is just, he's flying this year. And, you know, we saw that bike split. That was phenomenal on a course like this. But now he's backing it up with what looks to be a very fast run too. And just trying to look at the splits to see if he is, you know, Maximilian Spirel definitely going backwards around 3:10 back now from Sam Long. And that's at around 6 miles in. So 10K-ish in. Cornette, Costas, Cornette's still around 4:05, Costas 5:09. But what I'm interested to see is Jackson Laundrie has moved up from 10th to 6th, and he had those, you know, the trouble on the bike. So he was kind of in that group, but sort of had to sort of work back into it. But he's up to 6th position now, and also Mark Dubrick in 7th place. But waiting for the next split here.
Sure, and Ben Hamilton from New Zealand also appears to be on a good roll, pushing through some traffic, so keep an eye on him. I think the vulnerability here is on camera with Maximilian Spirl, not to discount him, but he is losing time dramatically to Sam, and it's it's as subtle as a bit of an emotional momentum shift where an athlete's like, you know, I'm getting dropped, and then your weakness or your guard comes down, and some people capitalize from behind. So watch that as we get into the second lap, because 2 laps, 21 Ks, it's really exposing in that final 5K, 3 to even 4 miles. I think, Rennie, where you're feeling the wear and tear of 3 hours 30, 3 hours 20 of racing, and just everything starts to be a nuisance. The feet, the quads, the hammies, whatever your sort of Achilles heel is, it starts to show its presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, you know, there's, you know, it's not a long day, but it's, you know, 3 hours in, you still got half of a half marathon. So it's 12, 13K to go.
Quarter marathon?
Quarter marathon. There's still a decent amount of running to go. And right now we have, this is Nicholas Cornette on screen from South Africa. He's around 4:32 down. It looks like Ben Hamilton down at 5:38. Anthony Costas down at 5:39 in 5th place. So, you know, still some movement to be had in those sort of, you know, minor placings. But, yeah, great shot of the golf course there right by, you know, the main road down into town.
Yeah.
The athletes will come up that main street. To the left there.
Just looking at Cornette from South Africa, of course, 7th at the end of last year in Bahrain at the 70.3. Mossel Bay, he took 3rd, and then his best finish so far, Ironman 70.3, it was Ireland last August, where he did get 2nd, and a solid showing there at that event. So we know he's got the chops, but hasn't really punched out that victory yet, but still someone that we expect to have a bright future here. As we come back to Paula Finlay, fantastic effort, and I think she wanted to be steady. Let's take a drop in here and understand what it feels like to run along in the lead of this race. Paula, here you are. Paula Finlay on one of these bike paths. Her lead cyclist behind her, as is protocol. So we want everyone to know who's in first, but can't be taking that advantage of course support being in front of you, dragging you along, talking to you, all that stuff that perhaps has happened in the past a bit too much. So Paula Finlay, do you see anything from a form standpoint, from a fluidity standpoint that's concerning, or does she look awesome to you, Rennie?
I think she looks awesome to me. She sort of carries that left arm more across the body, but that's just the way she's run. She always has had that style, and that's just her rhythm that she sort of gets into. But yeah, she looks great. No weakness. She looks fully in control.
Great. And here we are with one of the fellow men on the other side there. She's rolling past. Remember, with a 2-lap situation, plus just once you get on the run, I have to say that's when everybody's exposed. And so be it an excellent age grouper or a subpar performance for a male pro or any of the above, we just get mixed in, and 2 laps in, you're going to encounter a lot more traffic than you would, a lot more interaction with your fellow athletes than you would out on the bike. And it's cool. It's a cool part of our sport, our races.
Yeah, I think on the run course, you expect to be around other athletes that may not be in your race specifically, but sometimes some athletes like to have company out there. Other athletes do not like to have anyone breathing down their neck that maybe are not in their race. I personally was like, just leave me alone. I just like to suffer in silence. But, it can be helpful sometimes too to, find someone that maybe is running a similar place, especially when you get up to the Ironman distance and you're just trying to, sort of survive the end of that marathon. But, no such survival here. This is Nick Quinnett in, I believe, 3rd place still.
Yeah, I think so. One of the things I noticed, and then there's been Hamilton from New Zealand, made his way into 4th, Costas in 5th, Laundry plugging along. I mean, to be in 6th from 10th. He's also, he's making great work. Really, the last thing we saw on the women's leaderboard was a little concerning for Jeannie Metzler fans. She was not in that registry across that split yet, and she was with those top 5. Again, I'm not saying it's over. I know with her run caliber, we want to see her kind of maintain contact with the chasers. And on the flip side of that, did you notice? Whoa, 331 per K according to our VinFast performance analysis for Sam Long's run. 331 on that last segment. That's right in that 112 zone for a finish time. Great racing so far for Sam.
Yeah, certainly really great racing for Sam. And again, he's back on the uphill section right now. So that section probably a bit of up, a bit of down. So might be indicative of what his average pace will be, but we will obviously see as he nears the finish line. But still, he has a nice little cushion, almost 4 minutes to Spiral right now. Looking great. But again, he looks like he's hurting himself. He looks, this guy just loves to push.
Yeah.
He does. He loves to train hard. He loves to push. I remember back when he was around 18, he came and trained with my group for a little while. And I remember we did one of our big Ironman blocks. We did the 6-hour ride. We did the 10 1-milers off the bike with myself and Tim O'Donnell, my husband, and a couple other athletes getting ready for Kona. And I remember him doing them all no problem. And then he just got on his bike and started time trialing home. Like, we all like, limping home, and this is an 18-year-old kid, and we're like, what is this kid drinking? Like, he's just from another planet. Super impressive way back then, and now we're seeing the fruits of all of his hard work over the years, because he has such a capacity to absorb and work and just push, and you're seeing now he doesn't care that he's 4 minutes up. He's like, well, let's see how far I can win. Let's see how fast I can run. It's what's the next challenge, which is really cool.
Well, there you go. I've eaten my words. Metzler still in contact, 10 seconds back of Curran. And the notable stat here is that Salthouse did take time back. She went under 4 minutes, so she was above 4 minutes with a deficit to Finlay. She's taken a little time back. And, oh, man, the women's race, absolutely anyone's guess for 2nd through 6th, with Finlay realistically not going to lose this lead unless catastrophe strikes, which is unlikely. So with her VinFast performance analysis, 413 per K on her last segment. The last segment of running, averaging 413, Rennie, pretty quick?
Yeah, pretty quick for sure. Paula can, run a lot faster than, 4-minute Ks and 413. That's like well over a 125, probably 126, and so probably a slower section. And this little section in here is super undulating, and as you were mentioning earlier, it's really hard to get into a good rhythm here. So she's sort of going up, then she's going down, then she's going around and turning, and U-turns and so forth. That definitely slows the overall pace. But that performance analysis just of that last split, slower time than I would expect her to average overall. But again, she is in control of this race, and she doesn't really need to do anything super special. You know, Ellie Soltis is running a little quicker than her, but again, still sitting around 3:56 back at, yeah, that's early stages of the run though. But yeah, I mean, I feel like she's well in control. And this is back to Jackie Herring, who is gapping the rest of the women in her pack. And Matt Lieto hinted to it or mentioned it in his little nugget report that Jackie Herring gapped the other women coming up out of Snow Canyon, which makes me think Jackie Herring has good legs. So if you're riding away from, you know, Katie Curran, Metzler, and Lewis up Snow Canyon, then you're feeling pretty good.
I agree. And look at her now. I mean, it could be a grin, it could be a grimace, it could be a grimace. She looks nonplussed by the effort, right? She looks like she is in the Jackie Herring form that we expect. She's rolling. I don't know if I can do the math here. Yes, it is a minute and 19 seconds that she had behind Salthouse. So cards are in her favor that she can take that, get that second spot.
Absolutely, yeah. I think she's looking really good, and awesome to see her back after kind of a challenging year last year. I think she was sort of questioning herself a lot through last year, but this year it just looks like Jackie of 2 years ago before she got that illness. But we're going to go away to a break, and we'll be right back after this message.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
With the American Jackie Herring rolling through a aid station. Here's how it is. Cool yourself first. I always like to pull this apart. Grab a Morton gel, take a hit of it, and then wash it with some water. Nope, water down the chest first. Finish the Morton gel, ditch the trash, down the jersey. So mostly what we saw there, Rennie, a little bit of fluid in the body, a lot on the body, and then, of course, a Morton gel for the calories and the lovely caffeine. Let's zip on over to our man, ML2. Matt Lieto, what have you got on the streets?
Okay, we are with Jackie Herring. A little bit's changed early on the run. She was pushing the pace out of transition, trying to catch Danielle Lewis, and she has. And Danielle now has been passed by both Jackie Herring and Kate Curran. And Jackie was really, really pushing the pace on that steeper hill coming into the golf course. And now she's kind of found her stride a little bit. But Kate Curran looks like she's running really, really well behind. You'll be able to catch her kind of in the back of this shot here now and then. But Danielle looks like she's overextended a little bit at the end of the bike ride. Did look like she had some slight mechanical issues, just annoyances kind of off and on, nothing that made her stop or anything like that, but definitely had to push some effort, put some power down to try to bridge back up to Jackie and maybe spent a few too many matches. But right now Jackie looks great, and we know when she's on a good day, she's a very, very strong athlete, strength-based athlete, and a course like this is perfect for her, now running in third position with Ellie Salthouse not too far in front. And with the effort she's putting in, I wouldn't be surprised that she's able to bridge or take a little bit of time back out of Ellie. But right now, it's Jackie Herring in third, and you can see Kate Curran in fourth just behind.
great insight, and I always appreciate what it feels like and what you're seeing down there, Matt. So thank you so much. Back with, back with Paula. There doesn't appear to be a threat, but Rennie, you're seeing Jackie. She is running like we know she can. So are we saying like, yeah, pretty much we expect to see that her in second place here pretty soon?
We haven't had a look at Ellie Salthouse recently, and Ellie looks like has gone back out to just over 4 minutes, so running around the same pace as Paula Finlay. But I think Jackie Herring is faster than the other two on course. We also had Kate Curran. Matt mentioned that she was running really well, but behind Jackie right now. Also, Jackie has her whole family here. She brought her husband and her 2 kids. So nice. She traveled out here with her family. She said she loves this course. She's raced it a bunch of times, and just great to see her racing so well. I mean, she had a phenomenal year a couple of years ago, won a bunch of 70.3s, definitely, racing alongside Paula Finlay and running alongside Paula Finlay there. But Paula Finlay today just biking, putting the hammer down on the bike, and putting daylight between her and the next place women. But it looks like, so Jackie Herron's only taken about 10 to 12 seconds back off Ellie Salthouse. So, no one's really making huge moves out here yet. But again, the first lap, they still have another lap. Fatigue starts to set in, and things might move around a little bit. But Jackie ever so slightly chipping into Ellie Salthouse's lead. And again, it's only hovering around, 62 seconds right now. And Kate Curran right behind. And Jeannie Metzler's still hanging in there, 5:31. She's running the same pace as Paula Finlay. So no one really running terribly or too much faster than anyone else, just, seconds faster. It looks like Danielle Lewis is feeling the pinch from that Ironman a week ago, which we've been talking about. Sometimes, when you back up after an Ironman, and I've never tried to do it a week after, I am still like laying horizontal for at least a week after an Ironman, but to try and back up, sometimes you feel it on the bike, sometimes you feel it on the run, sometimes you're like, oh, I'm fine, and then it sort of bites you a little bit later. But it looks like Danielle Lewis, she usually is phenomenally fast on the run, so I hazard a guess that that Ironman is showing its making itself heard now in the run leg.
Hey there, remember me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's funny where it comes out, and I think some really great points are what you made. Back to Sam Long here, as he still appears exactly like he did at the beginning. Same stride, same effort, same mouth open, breathing hard, pushing. I think one of the things that I would piggyback on what you said, which was brilliant about his capacity, is when you're fit like this and when you have that level of training and the depth to the work you've done, you want to get out there and perform. Nothing to an athlete in this prime feels better than just expressing that fitness. And that's where he is now. In a battle feels cool, but to just get out there and make the machine move, I think that's what you're seeing with Sam Long. It's that feeling, right? Rennie, you can think back to those days when you're just like, I have all this training and I get to use it all now. It feels so good.
Yeah, my coach, Siri Lindley, used to always say, race day is a celebration of all the work you've done. And being able to push, and that's not to say it's easy, because, you're working very hard. But there are some days where you just feel strong. You just feel solid all day long. And Sam, whether he feels great or doesn't feel great, he's going to push all the way to the finish line. And, he wants to get a split and see, he wants to see how much I improved. Like, I know I'm on a good pace. I know I rode really well. How much can I improve on times that I've placed here before? Because he's sort of like looking at his overall improvement as an athlete. And, and these are the time, this is like testing session. Like, you can go into a lab and do some tests. You can go and do your 20-minute flat out time trial, see how much pace you can get, or you can just repeat races and see, okay, these are good conditions. Obviously there's some, it's not always apples to apples completely, but it's still good over the years to look at, okay, how much have I improved, and looking to see those times come down over the years. It's motivating. Like that's enough motivation for these athletes, even for Sam Long, knowing he's leading, knowing he's going to win. He could, almost jog it in, not really, but he could, take his foot, off the gas a little and know that he's got, the race in the bag. But he wants to push it all the way to the finish line and see how fast he can be. But we are back on screen with Kate Curran, and that looks like Jeannie Metzler. Jeannie Metzler looks great.
She does. And here it comes back to, I think right now she's running behind Kate Curran saying, yeah, she's typically in those 120s. I'm Jeannie Metzler. I'm going to feel this out and just kind of stalk. Let's see what it feels like in this little battle, Curran and Metzler. Just as she was stalking, as I kind of quieted up, she went for the move, and this is a little bit of a statement, but also a little bit of an experience, accelerating, trying to put the dagger in. You know, I'm passing you. I'm Jeannie. I won last year. Goodbye. It probably won't be something she has to sustain for long, but Curran definitely feels that one, where she's got to respond in the appropriate way. It looks like she is.
Yeah.
She's accelerating as well, matching the pace.
Yeah, Jeannie did put a little surge in there, but Jeannie has to keep going right now.
Yes.
You want to run up on the shoulder of a competitor. I mean, and I spent a career doing this because I never was in the lead until maybe the end of the race. But to run up on your competitor's shoulder quietly. You don't want them to know you're there. Gather yourself and then pass with authority. You want to demoralize them. You want to make your pace that much different to theirs that they look at you like, there's no way. I'm not that caliber of runner. I cannot go with this athlete. And Jeannie, my opinion, I think she should have taken a few more seconds to gather herself. But Kate repassing Jeannie in that aid station there, I almost would have liked Jeannie to maybe just blow through that aid station.
Correct.
You know,
or
just
make the move here. Right? She shouldn't, because going in front of the aid station, now she's got to do it again. I love your observation and obviously the decades of experience. So cool to hear from, we always speculate, but it worked in her favor, except I think, Curran also was able to gain a little bit of belief, a little bit of, hey, encouragement. Like, look, she didn't break me. I actually came back on her. So that was a really cool exchange right there. And now it's up to Jeannie to do what you said. Ice her. Put it to bed. Say, no. There you go. I'm Jeannie. See you later.
Pedal to the metal, And you don't want to give them an inch, right? Like, so even just that little bit of, oh, no, I can hang with Jeannie. Oh, no, I'm passing Jeannie. No, now I have the confidence.
Yeah.
And that sort of mindset can get more out of you than maybe, you should, because you have all of a sudden belief, and belief just goes such a long way. And so if you can just put a dagger in right away and say, no, you are not the runner that I am, and you will not run with me. If you can make them believe that, then they're out the back.
It's gone. Good observation. And as we come back to Jeannie, who has now capitalized on that, one of the things that's cool to see when you watch these races as much as we have over the years is Jeannie has always kind of shouldered a bit of fragility, a bit of vulnerability with the mental side of the racing, and to see her in the power position of understanding that and believing in herself, because she is so good and has such great results, but she still will be the one that questions herself and at times. And again, this is said with critique, but also admiration and respect for her career. Jeannie is doing a great job now managing, I think, her own battles, her own demons. Let's go back to the replay. Rennie, walk us through what you saw here from your perspective.
So you see Jeannie just come straight by, but her pace was not that much difference to Kate Curran's. And Kate, taking a little peek, sees Jeannie there. Jeannie's still putting in a little bit of an effort here, but not enough to close the door.
Okay.
And then they come into an aid station here. So Jeannie, wanting to make sure she's taking on the fluids there. That's when we saw Kate come back around her. And then Jeannie's like, okay, now I'm really going to, maybe she didn't give Kate enough respect.
Could be.
Or maybe she just, thought Kate would, give up right away. But Katie put up a little bit of a fight. And Yeah, Jeannie had to go back for a 1-2.
1-2, and now she's got her on the 2. See if she holds it. I think so. She looks to also not. She desperately wants to not look back, and that's good. So keep focusing forward as we look at our Sam Long men's race leader, and also diving into the Mortal Hydration optimized results on the run. What that means is over the last segment, Sam Long held a 3:35 minute per kilometer pace. That equates to just over 5:30 per mile in the miles. And Rennie, we're looking at when they expect to see him come across his next split. The bottom line is he's in that same zone. He ran 3:31 the last. Now it's 3:35. He's not slowing down much.
No, he's not slowing down much at all. And again, that split was just taken from that last segment. So again, his average may be a little bit different, but we're looking at around 5:30 mile pace for Sam Long, which what does that equate to for the half, around 1:12. So yeah, very, very fast running from Sam Long. And as we mentioned earlier, he's not taking his pedal off the metal.
Yeah.
Foot off the pedal. It is pedal to the metal for Sam Long. I'm sure he's in a rush to get to that finish line to greet his wife Laura and his little man Leo, and probably go have some breakfast. He's still plenty of time for breakfast or brunch.
Yes, and this is cool because brunch. This is cool because we're looking at an impressive role for some of these younger competitors, and we referenced him earlier, Ben Hamilton, as he is coming on so strong and rolling in, and now he's in that second position. This is his bread and butter, and I'm getting some fun insight here too. Reminders off the color commentary by the name of Matt Hamilton. That's his brother. At 4 a.m. over there in New Zealand, he's watching live, and he wants to make sure that I acknowledge some of the stats of this 24-year-old man in second place. We did mention one of his results, but we'll say this as well. He was third in Ironman New Zealand just back in March, and fourth at the Asia Pacific Championships in Langkawi in Malaysia. So obviously we had a little bit of a blip on the radar. Now we're calling him out. Thanks, Matt. Thanks to the Hamilton crew, and a little shout out to our viewers across the world. One of my favorite parts of our commentary and our sport is getting to hear from those in the know. But back with Sam Long. Oh, he's hurting. He's loving it.
He is loving it. He's ready. He can smell the finish line now. So, and he has a nice, slightly downhill section to get through, and then before he gets to go across that finish line. But awesome to see Ben Hamilton, the Kiwi, in second place, and Quinette in third. But we hear Jackson Laundry is rolling as well. So looking to see how these closing miles go for Jackson Laundry. He was man on a mission out on the run course.
Yes, he is. I have to ask this. It's just kind of a question to you. How much of this, and perhaps you think about this on our upcoming break, but how much of our sport is all of his competitors that aren't here today either watching live or looking at the results tonight or tomorrow and analyzing it? So the question to you is, come back after the break and tell me, is Sam Long also making a statement? He wants to get into the head of his competitors. Tell me what you think when we come back. You guys stay for the answer in just a minute.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
And Rennie, what do you think? Is Sam Long making an intended statement to his competitors today with this performance?
You know, I think there are a lot of athletes or pro males around the world that will either wake up in the morning and check these results, because he is just such a rising star, Sam Long. Just so consistent, and athletes are just scratching his head, like, how does he do it? How does he ride so well and run so well, and just he can turn up and race so many times. So definitely making a statement. I don't think he really needs to. He's already made a few statements this year with his results, but another win here, and you know, to see that bike split, people will be like, not really surprised. But again, Sam Long is rolling this year, so definitely will be on everyone's radar as we move through the season.
Yeah, okay, good enough. I mean, I think it's just a lot of these athletes out there sort of, you know, maybe Blumenfeld and Eden are keying up for some, you know, Olympic action, and they maybe have the radar kind of dialed down. But I think generally speaking, be it a Lionel Sanders or any of your cast of characters around the globe, they'd be lying if they said they didn't watch the results. They all want to know who's doing what, and some of it's with, you know, respect, always respect, but some of it's with a little bit of, oh, dang, got some work to do, motivation, never fear with these guys, but it is cool to see. I love that. I love just the extra dynamics. As we come back to Jackie Herring, she is chasing down Ellie Salthouse, and now at our last split, 46 seconds behind. That was, again, our last split. We are rolling through to start another lap 2 of 2. And I think the battle becomes on the back half. Does Metzler have a chance? Does Herring have a chance to get on that podium? Time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at those time splits, and it's going to be a tight. You know, the minor placings are still well up for grabs, and Jackie Herring definitely has her work cut out. Ellie Salthouse cannot slow down one bit. She needs to, she'll be running scared. And as we went through to the town there, the athletes would have been able to get a good look at each other. They would have been running out and back and seen, had a good look at their competition, and they'll be having accurate splits. So Ellie will know that Herring and Metzler are coming, but it's just a matter of whether Ellie Salthouse has anything else to give, right? Like, she's already doing everything she can to try and, you know, stay in that second place position, retain that second place position. I don't think she's really worried about Paula, and Paula, I mean, she's still mindful of the women behind her, but she's sort of, you know, that 4-minute gap, she's able to just race her own race at this point. But there is a lot of things that can happen in the back half of this run, and the podium is not set in stone by any means.
I think that's another element that's kind of cool about these women. I mean, you talk about Salthouse with 16 wins at this distance. I never underestimate the ability or sort of a mental change. So Ellie running flat out, thinking she's doing the best she can. Herring pulls up on the shoulder, and suddenly you realize there's 3% extra. Suddenly you drop the pace. You actually think you're going your best, and then you realize you have more. That's an element we don't talk about enough. And now we are back on camera. And how good does the 24-year-old from New Zealand look today? To me, just fluid and smooth, and really kind of letting it all hang out, chasing down this man up the road, don't you think?
Yeah, Ben Hamilton just running really well. But again, you know, he still has Cornette. Actually, Cornette's now out to almost 53 seconds back. So, you know, he's got a nice little cushion to third place. But Ben Hamilton, really awesome to see him racing so well. Obviously, Sam Long, everyone chasing this man on screen here. The hat goes backwards.
Yeah.
So he means business, and he's ready to zip it up. He's already zipped himself up.
Yeah, he's zipped it up.
He's ready to, you know, enjoy that finish line.
Yeah.
See his wife and little man
60 seconds to go for this man on camera, and then we'll see Ben Hamilton. His best so far at this distance was a fifth place rather in Topa back in December of last year. That fifth place rather was eclipsed by a third place at the Ironman this year. So let me get that straight. Fifth at the 70.3, third at the Ironman, and then he is coming in here in second place, going to be his best finish. But for now, all eyes are on the American out of Tucson, Arizona, Sam Long. Hat is backwards, jersey zipped, and he's starting to count it. Say, what's my finish time? How quick will I be across this Ironman 70.3 race course?
And he's accelerating in this last few moments of the race. So no letting up for Sam Long. He's going for a fastest run split, I bet.
Well, yes, his fastest, and also the fastest we've ever seen. 3:41 is our course record. 3:41 by Lionel Sanders. Can he take that down? You know, he's not far off. I think 3:41.11 could be in jeopardy today, folks, and that will be fun for that little rivalry to play around online. But here it is. Arms are going up, and without a doubt, we can say this man is our Intermountain Healthcare Ironman 70.3 North American champion, Sam Long from the United States. What a show.
Yeah, that was awesome to see.
3:37.54. Unofficially, we're going to come to you here in a second, but Rennie, let me just say 4 minutes under the course, 3 minutes and change under the course record. What a day for Sam Long.
That is simply incredible. I mean, we'll see what his run split is here, but I'm going to guess that it's very fast. 11, 12? But regardless, under course record, this race has been around for a long time. There's his wife, Laura, and son, Leo.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see it flash across the screen soon. But when I was talking a little bit of trash earlier about, hey, he wouldn't catch Jan Frodeno, well, I tell you what, I'm pretty sure he came darn close to getting that mark. There it is. The Wahoo Element rival tells us he stopped the clock at 1:10.46. 1:10.46. 2 minutes faster than last year. Just a minute off the record, but really unpressed. I mean, he did this incredible record-breaking time, Rennie, with no contact. No one was on him.
No one was on him, and he just did it on his own volition. Just, I want to go and see how fast I can run today. And you saw that. He just was like, I feel like I want to push today. I want to see how fast I can go. And that's motivating. So, like, running a 1:10 off a under 2 hour bike, that is phenomenal. And to go course record here, this race has been the World Championships twice. So pretty much everyone who's anyone has raced in St. George.
That's right, and sorry, 3:39.17. We'll come back to that for official registry, but I had him at the 20K still. So, really, I mean, Rennie, what a great moment here. He's the Ironman 70.3 North American champion. He's got the best time ever across the distance. You said it, from Brownlee to Frodeno to Keenley to, Blumenfeld, Eden, everybody good. Sanders, all of our, I don't shortchange anyone by not calling you out, but everyone that's raced here is now looking at Sam as the new standard for this course, for this day. And wow, great stuff as we come back to the young Kiwi Ben Hamilton, who's rolling into town with great movement underfoot. I think that he's really impressed on all aspects today. So great show here for Ben Hamilton.
Yeah, really great to see the young Kiwi there racing so well, bringing it home for New Zealand. Just a solid day all around. And he wasn't an athlete we were necessarily, singling out at the beginning of the race, but I tell you what, he's an athlete we'll be talking about moving forward. And at 24 years old, he has a bright future ahead in this racing. And to be, he's 6 minutes behind Sam, but incredible racing. We're going to run off to a break. We'll be right back.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast, boundless together. And Rennie, I tell you what, this Ben Hamilton we have on camera is really putting up a great show. You said it. We didn't address him in our pre-race notes as much as we probably should have, but we will absolutely add him to the docket for our next big race. He's come in here a little bit under the radar and has firmly plopped himself on everybody's screen here. Pay attention to this guy, 24 going on 25 years old, Ben Hamilton, the Kiwi. He is up and came.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have possibly some movement behind Ben Hamilton. No, this is Ben Hamilton moving up on Cornette. We had Hamilton in second, but Cornette looks like Cornette may have made a pass at some point. But so a lot of movement still in the men's race, unless is that correct? What I'm seeing here on screen. This looks like Cornette in front of Ben Hamilton, and it looks like Ben Hamilton making possibly the pass here. So we will watch as the action unfolds, but Cornette definitely...
Strangely, perhaps we had a glitch because it does look like that, or did Cornette come back on...
Yeah, the gaps were substantial though, so there may be some problem with the timing. But what we're seeing on screen now is what's happening in real time, I do believe. So Cornette just about to be passed by Ben Hamilton. This is for the minor placings, second and third.
There you go. And now, just like that, Ben Hamilton rolling through and doing so with style over Cornette. So that's great stuff.
And this is a very close. So it's going to do an out and back here. Ben Hamilton is. There'll be a little U-turn and he will head back. It does not look like Nicholas Cornette from South Africa has any response to this young man's, change of pace there as he passed. But there's just a short out and back here and then back to the finish line, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how this leaderboard is still indicating that gap that we showed before, but there he is up on camera, Ben Hamilton, all right, 25 years old, and on camera rolling through here with a little bit of hitch right there into the stride. Obviously, this one shows the effort and the extent to which he is working, but great stuff. Either way, what we were calling early has come to fruition, or what we were seeing on camera earlier, not reflected in the splits, but ultimately, that's a great show. Hey, here you go. Here's this.
Okay, there we go. That's Ben.
Thank you very much. And this is what his brother's telling me. There we have him across the line, the fusion suit, white suit. Ben Hamilton taking that second place. What we had before was Costas and Cornette. Thank you so much. Right. We weren't completely crazy. We just got a little bit mixed up at the end. So our apologies here from the studio, as what we were saying was correct. Hamilton just wasn't on camera for a bit there. And now stopping the clock with an impressive time still. And take a note up there on top, Rennie, this is a fun little thing where you see that clock ticking on the right side and the points disappearing. So this is real-time action once Sam Long got across the finish line. Those 2,500 points that he took start to drop, and this is what's on offer. Now we're under 2,000, Rennie. A little bit more on that.
Yeah, I was just going to say Sam Long didn't know favors for his competitors there, taking that maximum amount of points. As soon as he crossed that finish line, the points start to drop, and as we mentioned, it's 1 point per second. And so at 7:36 behind. Ben Hamilton was in the very low 2000s points. He'll add to his list as he accumulates those points throughout the season to try and place in the overall Ironman Pro Series. But a phenomenal race from Ben Hamilton. Again, that pass we saw earlier was between Costas and Quinet, and we believe Costas moving into third. So both in the finish chute right now. Oh no, Jackson Laundry come up. Yes, that is a phenomenal run from Jackson Laundry. He obviously had that little technical difficulty. He had to hop off his bike, and he said possibly his derailleur came off, his front derailleur maybe, but he was messing around with his chain and had to really just lay it all out there. Finished in third place today. He does not look, sorry, fourth place today. He doesn't look happy, not quite making the podium.
Well, crazy effort there. And so you're looking at Hamilton and Laundry both really laying it down to make big moves, finishing with 113s respectively, each one in the 113, Rennie. But listen to what I'm saying. 113, that just puts in perspective, those runs still do not compare to the wicked 110 that Sam Long put out off that record-breaking sub-2-hour bike ride. So you also did notice that he was jogging back and up and down the finish line at the end to get some credit and love to the crowd. Congrats, Kinnett. Obviously worked over by losing that last spot in a sprint to Laundry. But what a day of racing so far for our top 5, keeping us guessing and wondering.
Yeah, and you see the disappointment in Jackson Laundry's face. He's just so close to that podium, repeating another podium that he had last year here in St. George, but just couldn't get it done. And knows that that mechanical wasn't gonna didn't help. Had that not happened, there's an extra 30 seconds plus that he missed out on. So possibly certainly a podium, possibly a podium position that he missed out on today, but. Disappointing for Jackson Laundry, but fourth place, a valiant effort and a solid run again. Again, this is still early in the season.
Yes.
His second race, and so plenty more opportunity for him to, go and get some more valuable points throughout the year.
For sure, and you can look at that, and a little consolation that your race was compromised by a mechanical. So the effort and the fitness is there. We're going to get to zip on down to our finish line for these post-race interviews. Can't wait to hear it from our players. Stay with us here. We'll be down at the finish line, hearing those guys, seeing how it played out, seeing what they did. Rennie, do you think we're going to get an over-the-moon elated Sam Long?
Absolutely. I mean, he always brings a lot of color to any interview he does. He has so much energy. I love when he crosses the finish line, and he just looks like, unperturbed. He's just like, yep, that's just another day in the office. And you see some of the other men coming across the line and just falling to the ground, like the effort, from the effort that they put in. But Sam Long, obviously you have a little bit more energy when you've won the race, and you find that, adrenaline, that excitement as you finish the race. But he always finishes the race and he recovers very well, and then he's, back to his colorful self. You never really see him hurt. I mean, you see the physical pain he's putting himself through while he's racing, but it's controlled. He's never just like sprawled out at the finish line. I shouldn't say never. I have seen him, in sprint finishes and so forth, and laying on the ground after an all-out max effort. But for the most part, he recovers very well, bounces back up, and then back into, his color commentary. He always has a lot of energy to add.
One well said there as we come back here to Paula Finlay, who is in those kind of tough stages here, right? This is a grinder of an uphill. You're in that section of racing where it's well on second half, legs are hurting, you're kind of digging and finding that information, that energy and that motivation. But we'll give a quick shout out and say we're rushing down to the finish line to get these interviews from our top 3, our podium finishers.
I am down here at the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 St. George finish line with defending champion and now 2024 champion Sam Long. Sam, you got to take me through this day. Swim, bike, run. How did it all unfold for you?
Yeah, that back-to-back title sounds pretty good, I have to say. The full day, pretty good swim start, pretty hard at the start, of course, and a lot of battling going on, sometimes feeling like you're drowning a little bit, but found myself in good position, and then the swim settled down, and back half was pretty easy, and exited with a reasonable gap. I thought I'd be a little closer, but still reasonable, and then the age groupers were awesome, cheering me on, and got out on the bike, and yeah, the bike was fast and ferocious and hard, and everyone was riding well, and I mean, I guess I was riding the best, and I was still making progress, and I was thinking at some point it would settle down, but it never really settled down. I did catch the front, and then me and Max got away. We were kind of switching off poles. I was sure to make it equal, and then I realized I could break 2 hours as I was nearing the top of Snow Canyon. I was like, but I got to stay on the gas, you know, foot on the gas, and came into transition, and my whole goal coming into this race was really to execute a great run. So even though I had a lead, I was very process-oriented, wanting to have a great run, and just was loving it out there, to be honest, and the finish line was spectacular.
It is spectacular, always here in St. George, and we are just so grateful to have you here now as the 2024 champion of this Ironman 70.3 St. George. Now we're going to bring up our other winners today in our male field. We have our second place. Come on down, Ben Hamilton from New Zealand. Ben, it was a battle out there today. Take me through how you ran into second position on that run.
If I go from the start, like I felt the swim was kind of average, and then I come out and I hear like 24:30, and then hear the likes of Sam and Jackson behind me. Just backed myself on the bike, worked hard from the start, and then found myself in a nice little group, I must have been riding in the group that was like 5th to 8th on the bike, and then just got onto the run, and I knew my run had been going really well since Ironman New Zealand. Probably done the best run lead up, so I just backed myself and yeah, just picked them off one by one. Found the air's really thin here, but I've been here since Monday and I've adapted to it really well, so super happy to just pace myself, run through, and yeah, finish second.
Yeah, it was definitely a battle out there on that run course. Were you feeling that pressure on the run course to stay up there?
A little bit. I was just wondering about the gaps, and I knew the likes of Jackson and Mark starting behind me were really quick, but I just raced my race, and the gaps kind of just kept creeping out, and I could see at the turnaround points, and hit the downhills really well, and just got that extra speed, and yeah, just executed.
Awesome. Ben Hamilton from New Zealand, second place today here at Ironman St. George 70.3. Thank you so much. It has been quite a day of racing here, and third and fourth place, Jackson Laundry was trying to run into third place, but our third place ended up being Anthony Costas from France. You had to work for that third place finish today. Tell me what it was like having Jackson right there chasing you.
Oh yeah, I was lucky to have a few minutes at T2 so I could pace the first half of the run, but then it was game on. Like the second half was, I can't remember anything, to be honest. I just pushed, and I saw I had a gap here on Jackson, and Nicolas Quenet was just in front, and he was like all out effort till the end. Oh, crazy.
Well, congratulations, Andy. It was an amazing race out there on the men's side. So congratulations to our top three. And it is going to be a continued incredible day here in St. George as we have our women coming in. There's been quite a contest on the ladies' side as well. So stay with us at this Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 St. George North American Championship. Thank you.
Great stuff at the finish, and Rennie, we said it as well. We don't remember it, because we were watching such rapid changes, and it really is a testament to it's not over till it's over. Yeah. Never let up. Always be thinking. Always be fueling. Always be pacing. Always be pushing. So tight.
Yeah, super tight racing there at the end, and I love that at in Sam Long's case. 3:39 race still comes down to sort of sprint finishes for some of the men, but we're back on screen here with the lead pro woman, Paula Finlay. Again, she is in control, but we are going to go down and listen to what it feels like to be Paula out on their golf course.
Well, I tell you what, Rennie, one of the things that's really impressive is that we keep talking about this potential pass from Herring or Metzler to Salthouse, but Salthouse continues to match the pace of Finlay. She continues to be plus or minus really that same 5 to 10 seconds difference, right? She's been roughly 4 minutes down since she left T2, roughly 4 minutes down. Now here we go. Herring is now all of a sudden, as I said that, gotten to where she's only 19 seconds away.
Yeah, now it's getting a little closer. You know, Jackie Herring, we saw her on screen earlier, and she did look super aggressive and like she was running really well, and awesome to see her running so well again. Gina Metzler has slowed down a little, but Katie Curran also still, you know, losing a little bit of ground, like not crazy amounts of time, but not running as fast as they were in those opening miles where they were kind of matching Paula Finlay's pace and Ellie Salthouse's pace. The athlete on course running the fastest is Jackie Herring, and hopefully we'll get a camera down to them because, you know,
love to see it.
Love to see that battle and that possible pass. But again, Ellie Salthouse just keeps hanging in there, and, you know, sitting around 4 minutes now, 3:50 down from Paula. But again, Paula sort of just doing what she has to do, a little different to Sam Long. And it was interesting, Sam Long, he said, I really wanted to just have a good fast run, and that's what we saw. He was really focused that whole run, and yeah, 1:10 split for him for this course. Again, just incredible racing from the men's. But back to the women's race, and Paula Finlay just, yeah, again, making it look easier. It definitely is not easy, and I can guarantee you she is working still very hard to maintain that lead, but she's fully in control, and, you know, just has basically her and the finish line. Whoop, we might be. Yeah, sounds like some questions maybe being asked of Paula on screen. I'm hearing a little chatter in my ear. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but 11 miles, so just 2 miles to go for Paula, and mostly downhill.
And so as we kind of come back and close the loop on Sam Long, one of the things that's noteworthy is he ran a 1:10, never having done that before. So that's off his best ever performance here at St. George, period. So close the loop there and look at this. That is a hard position to be in because you don't know anything if you're Ellie Salthouse. She looks completely great. She looks amazing. She's running well. She's leaning into it, pushing it, looking at her splits. But behind her in the background, you see Jackie, who has her in the sights. It's a position of power. You know it well. It doesn't mean you automatically close it, but at least she knows. She's able to gauge, whereas Ellie is a little bit running blind.
Yeah, and I don't think that athlete immediately behind Ellie was
Yeah, she was in
Jackie.
white, right? Or he or she.
Yeah, so But we saw Jackie on screens just back there. But regardless, Jackie can see Ellie. Ellie cannot see Jackie. So,
yeah.
And I find that when you're running, if you're able to see that athlete in front of you, it just becomes, you hone in on that athlete, and that just becomes your #1 target. Yeah. And it's almost like you hook your eyes into their back and you just pull yourself forward. And that's what Jackie Herring is attempting to do right now, catching up to Ellie Salthouse. Ellie knows she's back there, so yeah. Ellie is, you know, doing everything she can. She doesn't know how far back there, and I think the athlete behind definitely has the upper hand because they can sort of pace themselves up, sort of gauge the pace that Ellie's running and just tick it up. It's just a notch to sort of make that make up that ground before the finish, and that was probably about 2.5 miles to go when we saw the women. So still a bit of running to go. Ellie's wanting that finish line to be now. But Jackie Herring definitely on the hunt.
On the hunt for sure, and if we look at some of these little victories within, I have to say right now, Ellie Salthouse just absolutely executing a great management of sort of energy, not panicking, and let's see if she can hold it off because
waving to the fans.
And then talk about Jeannie. We come back to Metzler in 4th place, who has lost some ground to Herring, maintained and increased her gap to Curran. But I think a highlight there, and hopefully this is something that she can look back on this race and be proud of, is that we haven't seen her this year. We didn't see her at the end of last year. We lost like an entire half a season of being able to cheer Virginia Metzler. So to see her back battling it out is, I think, a really good step in the right direction, back on the horse, so to speak. So those are some little victories that I'm seeing just off the top of my head.
Yeah, definitely great to see Jeannie Metzler in the mix there. And again, when you haven't raced in a while, you kind of forget, or it's almost like you can race yourself into race fitness too. So just having this experience, feeling the heat, right? Like feeling the heat of Paula Findlay, one of the best in the world, feeling, you know, what it feels like to run at that pace again for 21 kilometers, 13 miles. It helps to have that race under your belt after such a sort of a long period of time of not racing. And so hopefully she uses this as a springboard for, you know, her next race. And then I think we'll see improvements throughout the season. And again, a lot of racing. This is only the third race of, you know, 20 events we'll have on the Pro Series. So lots of racing ahead of us this year.
Well said. As we look for the first time and notice the Spaniard, Gurutze Ferraz, who has come into our register. She's a hefty 17 minutes down, but this is an Ironman Cozumel champion and someone that has excelled very well across the international scene, actually from the north of Spain, Basque Country, but she is a superstar from Europe over here. Look at that. You got to say how cool as Paula Findlay rolls over and gives a high five to an age group athlete on the outbound direction. Not only do I love that overall, but it also speaks to the place that she is. She's not hurting. She's not dying.
She spotted it was a TTL kit. So if you want to get a high five from Paula Findlay, just buy one of the TTL kits. That Triathlon Life, those guys have a whole YouTube channel, and you can follow along with all of their escapades as they navigate life, along with, you know, getting married and their dog, and it's great. You guys should go check them out. Paul and Eric, but we're going to run off to a break now. We'll be right back.
New vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes,
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for.
In the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Yeah, back with race leader Paula Findlay in the closing miles of this Intermountain Health Ironman North American Championship in St. George, Utah. And she has been leading for the majority of this race. She made quick work of the bike and jumped out to a lead, and has had that 4-minute plus or minus cushion for the majority of the run here, fully in control.
Fully in control. It's one of those nearly wire-to-wire victories, but you can tell that there was more in the tank today for Paula. If she had pressure, and this is not a disrespect or a slight to Salthouse, Herring, Metzler, Curran, anyone on the field, it's just that she came in with the 100% legs and got to it. If someone were with her, you gathered that she would be putting out a few more steps per K, just because, man, she's got that energy, right? Ran over, gave the high five. She's acknowledging. She's holding this exact lead over second place all day. I just think there was more in the tank, but in the end, who cares? Because if you look out the season, if she had gone 5 minutes faster, there's X, Y, and Z longer recovery. Am I right? You have to factor that in. So the beauty here is that she's raced hard. She's running well. She's going to recover more quickly for the next big event.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know what her next race is, but we do have Chattanooga, another North American race coming up on the calendar, so I wonder if she has that on her schedule. She did just race Oceanside 4 weeks ago, so has spaced this out nicely, a good little training block, back to the racing tracks, and then for this weekend, and then I think she'll have like a little little break, but again, she probably will recover fairly well because she, as you mentioned, did not have to really dig into the well for this one.
And I don't know what you think about this, but I always kind of feel like the athletes have also a mental reserve they either dip into or don't. So racing's never easy, but if you have to go to the well, there's an emotional, mental recovery that you have to respect coming out, and I don't think she'll have that. This will be all high riding, positive, so recovery from the emotional aspect will be lickety split, I think.
I think so too, and really cool to see some of the young fans out on course there holding up the signs for Paula. She sees them, giving them. Oh, that was her dog.
That was her guy and her dog right there. I did see that as well. That's just casually clapping. It wasn't kind of thing.
There wasn't a. Yeah, they're probably holding the dog back because I'm sure he would jump all over Paula, and she's like, "That's all I need right now."
That's
actually, she would probably love it.
DQ'd at the finish for finishing with your animal.
That is not allowed.
Unfortunately, no. This is great. Look at that. Another nod from the crowd. The athletes. The side by side. I think really worth mentioning. One of the coolest things of Ironman racing, Rennie, is just sharing the course with your stars, with your celebrities. You get to high five them while you're racing.
And really cool. Paula took the time to give a high five to one of those young fans. I think that goes a real long way. Like, you don't realize, the little eyes that are watching you when you're out there racing, and to, obviously Paula always carries herself so well, so professional, but to take a step to the side there and give a little high five to a young fan, it just goes a long way. They're going to, remember that, and, in 5 years, they'll come back and probably race Paula and be like, remember that time you gave me a high five? And Paula's like, no, but
but
so
either
cool
way,
that you had, the motivation to now, possibly be a future star in our sport. So really cool to see that.
Good observation. As always, we're now a quiet zone as Paula kind of wraps around some of our St. George downtown area. She's still interacting with her cameraman, but I think really a great show. A lot to take away from this, and the hardest thing about a victory like this is that you tend to learn more from your stumbles or your failures than you do from your victories. And so if there's at all a downside, she doesn't get to go away maybe with as many lessons today. But guess what? This is why we train and race. This is why we train, is to race well and celebrate, like you said, everything you've done to get here.
Here's one lesson she will learn from today, that it's quite nice to have a lead and be able to run by yourself. 4-minute lead. Just ride off the front all the time, and then you'll be able to enjoy the 21-kilometer run rather than, battle through the whole way. That's maybe one lesson she'll take away from today.
Yeah, but, do more of that.
Just keep doing that. Easier said than done. Absolutely. No, she definitely worked very hard on the bike, and still working very hard now on the run. And as we mentioned, she's running the same pace as most of the other women. I think the only one that's a little quicker is Jackie Herring, and we're getting another split now. It looks like Salthouse has blown that lead out. Well, not blown it out. Now it's around 25 seconds, so she took back a few seconds off Jackie. So either Ellie, felt the heat coming and was able to pick it up a little bit, or Jackie's, starting to fade. But either way, still 25 seconds. Jackie still has Ellie in her sights, but Ellie does not want to relinquish that second place, and nor should she. Worked very hard solo out there on the bike all day, and now just trying to hold it together for these last mile or two into the finish line.
Now, not to crush you on the jock math, but I would do this to Didi or Matt as well. 27 seconds actually is that difference. So I'm just, flexing my muscle here. But no, really, it was 21 before, and now it's 27. So 6 seconds. You're spot on. Great point, because I think what happened was Herring's probably still the same, and what we were saying, it didn't help that she could see her. Salthouse is like, not today. And if you catch me, is going to be in the chute. We're going to be sprinting. So I am excited to watch that, because they have to do what you just saw, that out and back leg. And so they'll get a physical split. They'll get a vibe. They'll get an energy. They'll see each other. So that's coming. But for now, it is all about the Canadian Paula Findlay coming home. And Rennie, today we have a brand new Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American champion. She goes by the name of Paula Findlay. Congratulations to our champion today.
So awesome to see Paula cross that finish line in first place. 4:09:30 unofficial time there, but still very fast racing from Paula. And as she crossed that line, as you see to the left of that time is the points, and the seconds are starting to tick off now. And as soon as the next athlete finishes, that'll be their point score as well that they'll add for the end of this, the end of the series to see where they rank overall.
To be cool, what a fun feature, and to have it live. So Ellie Salthouse, we're on the road with her, and again, she looks like she's getting faster and faster with every footfall. She knows the gravity of the situation. She knows that it's close, but she is just racing into it, and I think here going to take a right turn, and eventually she's going to have that. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, this is the U-turn. Yep. So take a split, and she gets to do the same. Look good, play the poker face. What's the play here?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's so close to the finish line. Just run as fast as you can
to
the finish line, and that's not Jackie. We're still waiting to see.
Look for that red kit,
yeah, that pinky red kit of Jackie Herring. But I think it looks like Ellie's probably increasing that gap again. That's Jackie right there.
Hiding out on the side of that, not hiding out, but, she was obscured from our view, but from that age group athlete, you're right, it is a little bit more pink than red. But Jackie also not giving up, but you see a little bit less vertical oscillate, a little bit more of a flat run. She's giving it all. But this one here, Ellie Salthouse from Australia looks to be the one that's going to hold on for that second place, a fight to the end, but I think she's got this.
It looks like she's got it, yeah. I mean, and this close to the finish line with, 27+ second gap back to Jackie Herring. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it'd have to be a cramp or something that would take her out. But, she is so close to the finish. She's going to make that left-hand turn and run into the finish chute and join her friend Paula Finlay, the winner for today.
And this is why the Aussies, Ellie Salthouse, has more Ironman 70.3 titles than anyone else on this start list, because she can fight. She knows the distance. She knows it well. But second place today, our North American Championship runner-up, is going to be Ellie Salthouse. A big congratulations goes to this young lady from Australia.
Ellie Salthouse from Australia, yes, finishing second here today. She definitely feels it in the legs as she takes a little minute to regroup. That's definitely a product of knowing Jackie Herring was breathing down her neck, and she had to find that extra gear to retain that second place position. But we should see Jackie Herring in the finish chute momentarily here in third.
So close, but what a fight, hey, for Ellie to come in there and just shoulder that. Again, matching the pace of Paula Finlay, her first place, for pretty much matching her all day. And then when it counted, she actually accelerated, took, what would that be, almost a minute, if not a full minute, into Finlay's time, which, is not hard, easy to do. And here is Jackie Herring, third place today for the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship. Congrats to the American.
Yeah, so awesome. And her daughter there at the finish line. That's the best. That's the best. Having kids and having them witness, and her kids are old enough that they'll remember this. They'll remember their mum out on course, just crushing her son as well, there as well, giving his mum the medal. They got their little Wisconsin's best. That's where she trains. She spends the whole winter. She toughs out the winter. Obviously, the kids are in school, so she cannot. I think this might. Nope, this is another male finishing. But I was going to say Kate Curran.
Yeah, I don't think Jackie's.
Jeannie Metzler we're waiting for as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, Jackie just she's on the trainer all the time, and I follow her on social media, and she's like, yep, another trainer ride on tap. But it is what it is. When she's got her kids in school, she can't go down to Tucson and enjoy the summer weather. She just toughs it out.
Yes. Very good. So a great show for these superstars coming across, really giving us something to talk about, really making us wonder all the way to the bitter end. And there's a great shot of Sam Long together with Jackie Herring. A lot of history with these two as friends, and I think that's cool to see. So we're going to rush on down and take a look here at the men's athletic brewing podium playback. Have a look here about these amazing top three. Here we go in third place, out of France, with a gutsy show at the end. Anthony Costas. He did come 3 hours, 48 minutes, and 19 seconds, taking that bronze medal A job well done. We know he left it all on the course. In second place, out of New Zealand, Ben Hamilton, who stopped the clock at 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 52 seconds. What a show for the young 24-year-old Kiwi. And then today, again, our winner, the champion of our event, the Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American champion. He swam 26:03, biked 1:59:57, and he ran 1:10:46 for a total time of 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 17 seconds. Out of the United States, your champion, Sam Long.
And they're going to enjoy, maybe not enjoy a little athletic brew. Some photos first.
First a little picky before they start drinking and pouring the beer. I think that's a good-looking shot there.
Yeah. Good-looking podium there. That's Jeannie Metzler at the finish line.
With husband Justin. Once again, that was our athletic brewing male pro podium. Here is that tight finish. There's Kate Curran coming across the line. Jeannie obviously maintaining that fourth place position. I say job well done. I say welcome back. Cramping up, suffering. You know what? You said it. There's nothing like race effort, no matter how hard you train. And so a good refresher for Jeannie. I hope she comes away very encouraged, even if she's left with the effects of a cramp there at the finish line. Hey,
I think she will. I think re-entry into professional racing and a great re-entry, and she was right in the mix all day, and great to see her in fourth place today. But I hope she uses this as a springboard for the rest of the season. Yeah, just awesome to see Jeannie Metzler racing so well. We are going to race off to a break before we go down to our interviews of the podium. Be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship St. George is brought to you by Binfast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling, Aspire for the future, for the ultimate finish line reward.
And here we are looking at that finish line, and we want to revisit on the Pro Winners Run Time, which is brought to you by Wahoo Element Rival. Have a look at Paula Finley's 1:23:25 for 13.1 miles, 21.1 K. Paula Finley, very quick.
Very quick, but I think she had a few more minutes up her sleeve if she needed them.
I do too.
Yes, good to see her running still, very respectable time on this course again. Sam Long went 1:10 though. That's crazy fast.
Yep. Gonna rush on down to our podium interviews.
3, 2, 1, and go. Back down here at the finish line, and I am here with our new North American champion for 2024, Paula Finley from Canada. Paula, take me through your day today. Swim, bike, run. How did it all play out here in St. George?
It was good. It was a hard race, and the swim was actually quite comfortable, and I came out with the leaders, so that was like box checked. And then I really wanted to break away on the bike, so I used the hills just kind of to my advantage, and that's what I like best is climbing. So my big focus for this race was just like being brave on the downhills and not getting spooked by the wind, because sometimes I get a little nervous, but I think I rode really well and consistent and had about a 4-minute gap off the bike. So yeah, it was nice to just like kind of run without fear, and I still pushed hard, but it wasn't like I was, you know, on the red line or anything, so I could kind of enjoy the run a little bit. And yeah, this course is so challenging, so much elevation gain. I kept looking at my watch and seeing my meters gained, and I was like, wow, this is like climbing a mountain. But yeah, great crowd support, love the course. The golf course is like a cross-country course. It's just totally wild, but yeah, I love this race.
And you've been in St. George many times before. You love it here in St. George. What is it about St. George, though, that you really, what keeps you coming back?
The course is one thing. The roads are in such good condition. The city obviously really loves triathlon and gets behind it. Volunteers are incredible. It's close to where I live. I live in Oregon, so it's a pretty short trip to get here, and no matter what, every year it'll always be on my schedule.
And you had some amazing ladies behind you today. How was that, running in with all these ladies?
Yeah, you know, this sport is so awesome. I'm friends with most of them, and so there's a lot of camaraderie out on the course, although it gets competitive when the gun goes off, but I have so much respect for them, and Ellie and Jackie are really great friends of mine, so it's nice to see them have good days. And but yeah, they definitely kept me honest all day, kept my foot on the gas. I could never ease up because I knew they were charging, so yeah, congrats to them as well.
Yes, it was an amazing race on the women's side, and now what's next for you at 2024?
I'm not sure exactly. Taupo is a big focus of mine, 70.3 Worlds at the end of the year. Do a lot of the T100 races with the PTO. Not doing an Ironman this year, but maybe in my future. I kind of really like this fast, on the gas all day kind of racing right now, and 70.3 racing is great for that. So yeah, TBD, maybe Mont Tremblant. I've never done that before, and as a Canadian, it would be fun to put that on my calendar, but I also have to not over race. Like, I get excited and sign up for too many things, so also have to train a little.
Well, we are excited to see you, and your champion, Paula Finlay from Canada, your new North American champion for 2024. Thank you so much, Paula. And now we're going to bring in our second place female. We like to claim her here in St. George because she lives here part of the year, but she is from Australia. Ellie Salthouse, come on in and join me. My goodness, that run course was on fire today. Talk me through that.
Oh my goodness, I was running scared the whole time. When I found out I had about 1:40 getting off the bike to the group behind me, I knew there was some run firepower in there, so I thought 1:40 would be a pretty good buffer. But by the end of the first lap, they'd had it down to about 30 seconds or 25 seconds. At one point, Jackie was behind. So yeah, I was running scared for that whole second lap, but I started to get some splits at 35 seconds and 40 seconds, so I knew I was opening it back out slowly, so I kind of just had to stick to my plan and yeah, run a nice consistent second lap, and yeah, turned out well.
Yes, you should be very happy with that result. What about the bike? You know, the ladies were really close on the bike. How did that play out today?
Yeah, I mean, Paula dispatched me pretty early out of the climb from Sand Hollow, so I was pretty much, I was pretty much solo the whole day. So I knew Paula's on fire on the bike at the moment, so I knew that if I just rode my own day, I would hopefully come off like maybe 1 or 2 minutes back, but it ended up being a little bit more than that in the end. So I just tried to hold off the other girls. May have gone a little too hard too early. This isn't really the type of course where you can afford to burn too many matches early. You do have Snow Canyon right at the end, so yeah, I may have paid for that a little bit going up Snow Canyon, but you got to risk it to get the biscuit.
Well, it all worked out in the end. Second place for you. Ellie Salthouse, thank you so very much. And we're going to bring in our third place female. Again, it came down to the run with these ladies today, and one of the best runners out there on the course is Miss Jackie Herring, United States. Jackie, I think my favorite part of the morning so far has been seeing your daughter wrap around you at the finish line. How is that to have your kids there?
Yeah, you know, I was racing for all the moms today. It's so special. Oh, it could make me cry. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, walk me through that run. We know that you are a threat on the run every time, and you showed up today in the St. George Hills in heat. So talk me through how that went for you.
Yeah, I love racing here. I love a challenging course, and I love how this run is broken up into kind of little segments, and there's people the whole way. So I just broke it up in segments in my head and plan to like grind it out really hard on the uphills and just recover on the downhills, and that worked pretty good.
Well, it definitely worked pretty good today, Jackie. It really was an amazing race out there. What's up next for you in 2024?
I think I'm going to head to Chattanooga. I'm trying to do the IRONMAN Pro Series, so I'm going to do that and then Ironman Hamburg.
Amazing. Well, you got yourself some points in the IRONMAN Pro Series today. Thank you so much, Miss Jackie Herring from the United States. That's your top 3 females here at Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 North American Championship. It's been a crazy day, and we've got so many more athletes to welcome across this red carpet here in St. George, and it's just getting hotter.
Getting hotter literally and figuratively as great action has been happening and continues to happen here in St. George. I'll say this, those athletes that get to immediately visit that hyper ice recovery zone can start that recovery journey because it's located just beyond the finish line. So popping out of interview and pre or post podium, our pros can hit that, but also all of our athletes can make that critical stop on the Ironman athlete journey. Recovery, Rennie, it's the name of the game.
Oh, yeah. The better you can recover, the better you can train. And, you know, we're always trying to find ways to recover better, to get in more sessions and get in more quality sessions, more importantly. But, yeah, I used my Normatec boots a lot throughout my career. I wish I had more time to use them now as I'm trying to get back into shape with running. But, yes, all of those recovery tools are fantastic, and the athletes do have them available to them as they cross the finish lines here, so you can use in the recovery tent.
Hey, you know, I still hold on to a pair from back in the day that I use. I'll be using it after my long time at the booth. Sitting down's not easy. Okay, that was lame. It's easy. But either way, this has been a great day. We're going to stay tuned for our podium celebration, celebrating the women you just saw across the line. Stay with us. We will have a lot more in just a sec.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just 2 totally delusional people.
Okay, we are going to run down to our Athletic Brewing podium presentation right now.
Here we are with our women's podium down here at the finish line of this Intermountain Health IRONMAN 70.3 St. George. In third place today,
here we go.
Rennie,
Rennie, take it away.
And we are going to welcome up third place finisher, Jackie Herring, in 4:12.50 today. And in second place, representing Australia, in 4:11.56. Pretty close finish there between Ellie Salthouse and Jackie Herring. We are going to welcome Ellie Salthouse in second position.
Australia, Miss Ellie Salthouse.
What a great show there for Ellie.
Awesome race there by Ellie. Holding on to that second place, a really great start to her season. And our U.S. champion, we have Paula Finlay. She went 25.58 in the swim. She biked a 2:16.41, and she ran a 1:23 25, our Intermountain Health Ironman North American champion today is Paula Finlay. A masterclass by Paula today.
Beauty. And here they are, all atop the podium. What a great, great show for these women today.
Fantastic racing from all three women, and actually all the women. Our top 9 are in right now. We just saw Rach McBride cross the line a moment ago. Enjoying a little athletic brew.
There you
and
go.
they're like, are we going to pour it on each other? Okay, you don't pour it on me, I won't pour it on you. No, Ellie had other ideas.
Yep. So good. It is warm out there, so there's no reason why they can't do that. But what a great, great show here today. What a great performance. What a great way that we've all come to know kind of a staple here in early May in the United States as we get to, sort of celebrate the season in earnest. So our Ironman Pro Series, I think, handed out great points today. They fought for their share of that $75,000 US. And Rennie, they just really delivered, and they showed us that athletes are serious this year. There's a lot of races on the calendar. There's a lot of incentive. There is a lot of cash, a lot of points, a lot of qualifying, everything to be done. For me, it is like, hey, we're on. I know we've been racing since January, but now the season really is underway.
The season's definitely underway. 3rd race now, and we have just more action coming throughout the year. The last race of the year will be in Tupou, New Zealand in December, so these athletes will need to be consistent throughout the whole year. A big prize purse available for these athletes, $200,000 for the leader of that Pro Series. So
that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
And that Ironman Pro Series, the cool thing is it's heating up. Every second counts. You saw that ticker coming down, and how fun is that? If you are ever giving up, you've got to keep going. You know that the seconds drop, the points drop, the cash drops.
Totally. And at this point in the year, you don't know. Maybe you'll be separated by 5 points. Maybe it'll be more than 5 points, but you don't know. So it's not worth risking coasting in. You want to get as many points as possible and bank those points. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this year plays out and who that champion is at the end of the year, who gets crowned the inaugural Pro Series champion for Ironman. But well underway here, and awesome results from the men and women here in St. George.
And if you couldn't keep track of everything, go to proseries.ironman.com. Again, proseries.ironman.com. Check out those standings. Check out what's going on. Understand the ins and outs as well as Rennie does. Look at what's going on. A really great thing. Also, I want to remind you as well that you can watch even more of the Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the U.S. and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus. Anyway, for those of you that are not in the U.S. and Canada, you can watch on-demand replays visiting the proseries.ironman.com. proseries.ironman.com. I just want to make sure everybody has that on the radar. But Rennie, there's so much. I want to take a breather as well to remind everyone that we will be back for the next. Hey, hold on. Let's take a look at these live male pro results points-wise. Sam Long with a 3:39.17 took home 2,500 points. Ben Hamilton from New Zealand, 20:45. That's because he finished 3:46.52. It's an awesome little science here. Anthony Costas, that sprint finish got him 19:58. Total points, Laundry in 19:55. Nicholas Canet, 19:28. Again, this is today's standings. Michael Weiss from Austria, 18:40. Maximilian Sperl held on for 17:59. Dubrick in 16:46. Reel in 15:95. And Will Kowetski managed to snag 15:62. Every second counts. That's the fellas, Rennie. We had a great women's race, too.
We had a great women's race. Paula Finlay taking maximum points, 2,500. We had Ellie Salthouse, 23:51. Jackie Herring down 22:97. Jeannie Metzler finishing 4th. She went 2,180 points. Katie Curran got 2,125 points. Down to Danielle Lewis, 17:85. Grutz, 14:96. Kylie Simpson, she got 13:78. Rach McBride, 13:67. And Alicia Hill, 12:92.
I mean, it's no joke. Look at that. Like, you're racing really well. 4:29, 20 minutes back, and 10th place is half the point. So I just really enjoy this format. I think it is great. I want to remind everyone here that we have a IRONMAN Pro Series standings online right now. Up there, 65-19. Patrick Longa from Germany is leading our charge. Matt Hansen in second. Chris Leiferman's got third. Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico in fourth. Jump on down. Check it. Sam Long, he bumped up 19 points. He holds sixth. What a day.
Yeah, it's, in the women's pro standings, we have Fenella Langridge still in the lead, and then we have Danielle Lewis moving up to third. These points are obviously going to bounce around all year long, but really fun to follow along throughout the year.
And stick with us. The next Ironman Now broadcast for the IRONMAN Pro Series is next Saturday, May 11th at Zafiro, IRONMAN 70.3 Alcudia, Mallorca. Coverage begins at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Check it out, 7 a.m. Central European Time. Free broadcast on Outside TV in the U.S. and Canada, globally on proseries.ironman.com and L'Equipe Live. Take a look at that. For our entire team, alongside Mirinda Carfrey, I'm Michael Lovato. Enjoy the moments and images of today's race.
Very, very well. Looks to be about 4 minutes behind Paula Finley, and she's got a group behind her about a minute back.
Retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.